Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage of the Anduril 250 at San Diego for the Naval Base Coronado Street Course race for the NASCAR Cup Series. And for today's action, should be a fun one. This is a very, very racy street course as we've seen across the Truck and O'Reilly series already this weekend. And here we are for the final event, the main event, the NASCAR Cup side on this Sunday evening, as we are a little less than an hour away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. I was actually just looking up to see exactly when the drop of the green flag was. It's actually not going to be closer to 4:30, so we're going to have time for two quizzes this week with the live commentary side of things. And as we get started, this should be a pretty fun race. Hopefully the track holds up. We had some issues between the Truck and the O'Reilly series where we had some lengthy red flags for track, not necessarily cleanup as much as it was repairing the track itself. Multiple red flags yesterday in the O'Reilly race, so hopefully we get through this one cleanly here today so we can get the full race in and we don't have to worry about cutting it short due to darkness. Thanks for everybody tuning in here today. Shout outs to those of you in the chat already. We got Bam, Paul, JoJo, Joe Rochester, Kyle Riker, Wheezy the Man, Marcus Villarreal, many others. Welcome into the stream. Thank you to those who have tuned in so far this weekend through the live commentary streams that we have already had. And we're going to be doing some NASCAR trivia here shortly. Yes, final race on Prime Video. Crazy. 5 races flies by. That was a quick 5-race schedule. Broadcast booth-wise for TNT, we're going to see all the same between Dale Jr., Steve Letarte, and Adam Alexander in the booth for the TNT side. So you'll still get to hear them for 5 more races, but production-wise, it's going to be a little bit different going back to cable from streaming. All right. I'm going to pull NASCAR Sporkle up. We actually did a quiz yesterday during the second red flag as well. We did all-time road course race winners, which would have been Cup Series exclusive. NASCAR road course. And I want to see what other quizzes they have for NASCAR road courses on Sporkle.com. Got Busch Series. All-time winners. And we did a really good job on that quiz yesterday as well. I think we got a 120 out of 141, or maybe just after 120. We had a lot. 88%. Whatever 88% is of 141. Well above the average score. Of course, sweeps. I don't really see anything on here that entices me like yesterday. I do see Busch Series. That may be an interesting one. 7 minutes. Yeah, this is only going up to 2010. I had a feeling, considering it was labeled Busch Series, that it was going to be a very old, outdated quiz. Sporkle. Go maybe Chicago Street Race, see if they have anything there, since this race takes the street course date. Go NASCAR Chicago Street Race. Sorry for the sniffles, by the way. This quiz is probably going to be really quick. 2 minutes. You know, we could do an Auto Club Speedway quiz. Let me try to find an Auto Club Speedway quiz. Since that's in the state of California, we don't race there anymore. Auto Club Sporkle quiz. Really get our thinking caps going here. NASCAR Auto Club Speedway. Got winners. Laps led. Winners across all 3 series. We'll do the laps led and the winners across all 3 series. So we'll do the all 3 series winners first. And this is going to be 6 minutes on the clock. So 6 minutes to name every driver who won in the Fontana Cup, O'Reilly, and Truck Series. Now the Truck Series actually stopped racing there in 2009. And all the way up until 2023 for Cup and O'Reilly. First year, 1997 across all 3 series. So we'll do that first. Allergy season for sure. Yes, my allergies have definitely been kicking my tail today. See, Creed had a guest during the red flag. Yeah, actually, we saw that live on the stream. I saw that. It was like mid-quiz yesterday when we were doing our trivia during the red flag that I noticed he was there. That was wild. All right, 6 minutes. Fontana winners. Jimmy Johnson's on here. Oh, got to spell. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch won the last race there. Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin. Oh, Hamlin never won there. Okay. Keselowski, Larson. 2020 was Bowman. 2018. Oh, man. Truex. Kenseth is on here. Edwards. Stewart. Mark Martin. Kevin Harvick. Ryan Newman? No. I got Bush. Biffle. Casey Kane? Who else is a former winner here? Dale Jarrett ever win a race here? No. No Labontes. Let's try Gregson. Gregson's not on here. Justin Allgaier. He's not on here. Nemechek. John Hunter's on here. Is Ty Gibbs on here at all? No. Cindric. Allmendinger. Haley Chastain. Dang. Daniel Suarez. Can't spell. Suarez is on. No. Oh, damn. Really thought he was on there. Austin Dillon? The 2016 race. Throw a Hornaday on there for trucks. No Hornaday. Todd Bodine's on there 1 year. Musgrave, 3 years in a row. Eric Darnell was good at Michigan, but he didn't win at Fontana. Johnny Benson. No Robert Presley. Jack Sprague. Mike Skinner. 67 of 69. See what the chat has to say here. The Harrison Burton one here? Wow, I don't remember Harrison Burton winning here. Somebody said Brett Moffitt. That is not it. Yeah, he didn't win an O'Reilly race. It was too late in the Truck Series years. Try Travis Quapple for trucks. No Quapple. Terry Cook. Which no Leffler. Trying too hard. Yeah, Rusty Wallace won a cup race here. 2004. Jeremy Mayfield win here at all? Yes, he did. 2000. Um, Still got the 2004 cup race. It would have been the fall race in 04. Fall race of. Was it Sterling Marlin? No, Marlin didn't win that late. I'll throw Randy LaJoy out there for the green. Earnhardt. Dale Jr. won here in 98 in the Busch Series. Sauter, no. Crafton, no. 2004. When does the race start? We got a little over a half hour yet. No bell. 40 seconds. 2004, California. Was it Ricky Rudd, was it? Elliott Sadler. Wow. I don't remember that. I do not remember Elliott Sadler winning at Fontana. Not gonna lie. But I got it. I was just trying to think of guys who would have won around that time frame. Chase years, early Chase years. 2002 and 2001 in the O'Reilly series. We're missing some more modern ones too. Sam Mayer on here? No. Scott Riggs in 2002. Hank Parker Jr. won the 2001 Fontana Busch race. And then Cole Custer twice. Somebody said Custer, I think, in the chat. And I apologize for that. Bam Hall said Cole Custer. That's right. Yeah, the Haas cars have been good on the bigger ovals in the O'Reilly series, like Indianapolis, Michigan, Fontana. They're always really good on those tracks. Steve Park won a truck race in 2005 at Fontana. I don't know if I would have gotten that, honestly. Mike Bliss in 97. Steve Park winning the truck race. Like, when I think of these old truck series, I just try to think of guys who were like former champions there. Because I don't think of truck series Steve Park 2005. But he got a win. 92% we did get above average. 88% was the average score. We're going to do the laps led next. So we're going to back up. We're going to do one more quiz. And we're going to do all-time laps led. Again, this is Auto Club Speedway. So Fontana, since we're out in San Diego this weekend in the state of California, figured this would be a good quiz for us. I got to get my charger. I'll be right back. Don't worry, you'll get your good ticket tonight. Maybe. All right, I'm back. I got my phone on me. All right. Start the quiz. Lap sled all time. Fontana. Jimmy Johnson. Kevin Harvick. We got to go with the winners first. Elliott Sadler, before I forget, he won here. Sadler, Casey Kane, Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Truex Jr., Alex Bowman. Got Dave Blaney, 32 laps led. That's quite a bit. Paul Menard, Ryan Newman. Probably going off the walls a little bit here. Danica Patrick. Nope. Nothing for him. Jeremy Mayfield. Vickers, the Bush brothers, Kurt and Kyle. Denny Hamlin. Logano. Another former winner, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Larson. Got Bill and Chase Elliott. Ty Dillon, no Austin Dillon. Ward and Jeff Burton. Terry and Bobby Labonte. Casey Mears. Reed Sorensen. Let's go David Stremme. Steve Park. Jeff Green. Ooh, no Riggs. Scott Speed. No Hornish. Travis Quapple on here. Brennan Gaughan. Rusty Wallace. Ernie Irvin. Sterling Marlin. Oh, Marlin's not on here at all. Jamie McMurray. Montoya. Juan Pablo Montoya, 118 laps led at Fontana. He's up there on this list. He's on the far left-hand side of the screen. No Ambrose. John Andretti. He's on here. Johnny Sauter. Landon Castle. Parker Kligerman. No Kligerman. Ricky Craven. Kenny Schrader. Kevin LePage. Nope. Got Michael Darrell Waltrip. Kyle Petty. William Byron. AJ Allmendinger. Michael McDowell is not on here. David Rudiman. Ricky Rudd. Joe Nemechek. Johnny Benson. Jimmy Spencer. No Bobby Hamilton. Wally Dallenbach. Chad Little, Randy LaJoy. We're at 61 of 78 right now. Eric Almirola, nothing there. Regan Smith. No Annette. No Allgaier. 62 of 78. I didn't name Earnhardt yet. Dale Jr., Dale Sr., Mike Skinner. That's crazy that Mike Skinner had more laps led than Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dale Sr. combined at Auto Club. Oh, boy. All right, let's think here. Who else do we not have? Still have one more driver with over 100 laps led. David Reagan, Trevor Bayne, Stenhouse. Bayne wasn't on here, neither is Stenhouse. David Reagan was. Todd Gilliland. There you go. Josh Wise. Nothing. Who else is on the list? I do have Allmendinger. I'll try Morgan Shepherd. Got him. Morgan Shepherd. 68 of 78. Jerry Nadeau. Nadeau. Not on here. Somebody said Travis Kelce. Oh, Travis Kelce's on the track. I got that twisted. You're just tuning in for the first time. We're doing a quiz right now before the race begins, and then we'll get into more of the pre-race side of things. Got 10 minutes left, 10 more drivers to name. Anybody who has led a lap at Fontana, which would be Auto Club Speedway, California Speedway. I'm missing a driver that's led over 100 laps. Dale Jarrett. There we go. Okay, so got the over 100 lapper. We got 47 laps led, and then the rest are single digits. 69 of 78 right now. Probably going to be a lot more for my lifetime, right? I'm just trying to think of some late 90s guys who I might not have named yet. Like Robert Presley. Okay, there we go. Stacy Compton on here at all? Yes, he is. DC Atwood. Joe Ruttman. No. Wow, I put Dario Franchitti and I actually got it. In that case, we'll put Patrick Carpentier too, but he's not on here. Dario Franchitti, I pulled that out of my ass. You gotta really know. I was like, Fontana, IndyCar used to race here. Maybe Dario Franchitti. He did lead a lap. That logic. Let's try Who else am I thinking of? Fittipaldi. Nope. No Christian Fittipaldi. I did try Trickle already. I did not try Derek Cope yet. He's not on here. What about John Wood? Nope. Who else would have ran some cup races? There's no Kenny Wallace. Scott like Pruitt, probably not. No. I think he only ran the road courses. Ron Hornaday on here at all? No. Jack Sprague? No. Mike Bliss? No. Tony Raines already. Who else? Scott Wimmer. Dang it. I can't believe Sterling Marlin never led a lap. Fontana. Scott Riggs wasn't on here either. Yeah, 6 more drivers. I was born in 99, so 1997 being the first race here. I'm like, who else could that have been? Any more active drivers that I'm missing? Chris Buescher. Oh, he's not on here. I did not name him yet, though. Last race here was 2023. Tyler Reddick. Daniel Hemrick. Moffitt. Stephen Light. Yes, born in 99. I'm a youngin'. Got about 60 concurrent viewers watching. If anybody knows anyone that has led a lap in Fontana, I have not named. Somebody with 47 laps led. That's a good chunk. Really trying to think that I miss anybody important. I put Scott Speed already. And so Lake Speed would have popped up had he led a lap. Man, I really don't know. Jason Leffler? I don't know. I do have Casey Kane. I think I've got everybody that has won there. I do have Alex Bowman. I tried Kenny Irwin. He's not on here. Bodine? Wow, that got 3 of them right there. Jeff, Brett, and Todd Bodine all led. Okay, so now we're at 75 of 78. I have 2 drivers who have led 4 laps and 47 laps led is the other one. Who else? I'm trying to think back to all my years of playing the EA Sports NASCAR games and just trying to think of somebody that I just haven't rolled through yet. I think I tried Johnny Sauter already. We're so close. I did try Hornaday. It's better than a B plus. We're at like an A minus right now. 75 of 78. 2 minutes. We're so close. They are so close. I'm about out of names. I really need the chat's help here. I see you guys trying. I haven't seen anybody else in the chat that I haven't named already. Yet. There's somebody big. I mean, there's got to be somebody big I'm missing at 47. 47 laps led. Like I said already, that's a good chunk. David Starr on here at all? Active drivers. Active drivers I haven't named. Down to 30 seconds. I really don't know. I do have David Gilliland. I've already got him. I do have Johnny Benson. This is tough. So close. Who is it? Who is it? Clint Boyer. That was the big one I was missing. Oh, man. I don't know how I didn't get JJ Yaley. I pulled Jason Lepler. I was like, Joe Gibbs Racing. I didn't think JJ Yaley. Shane Meal would have been very tough to get. I don't know if I would have gotten Shane Meal leading cup laps in Fontana. O'Reilly Series, sure. Cup? I guess he did. I'm surprised I didn't say JJ Yaley. I'm really surprised I didn't say Clint Boyer. That was a big one we were missing. 96%. That's an A. That's an A grade. We did even better than we did yesterday. 78% average score. We were very close. Shane Meal, I don't think I would have actually guessed on my own. Because I just don't think of him in the Cup Series at all. But JJ Yaley, Clint Boyer, those are two names I should have easily had gotten. Well, I was right about not missing any active drivers, even though Boyer technically ran a truck race earlier this season, but I'm not going to call that active. Maybe by technicality he is. Yaley lead while like Gibbs. That's what I was thinking. It almost has to be to lead the 4 laps. And that's why I threw Jason Leffler in there, because I was like, okay, the one season he was at Gibbs, maybe he led, because we've had him on quizzes before. And I usually name JJ Yaley, and I just skipped over him, honestly. Clint Boyer, I don't know how I went through in my head all the RCR cars and skipped him. And all the other teams he was on. SHR. Just completely missed Boyer. So probably, we could have gotten 2 more. I don't think I would have gotten Shane Meal and got a perfect score, honestly. So, and if somebody in the chat would have pulled that, Shane Meal card. That would have been insane. All right, we're going to take a look at the fantasy league for this week before we go through the starting grid before this race gets going. All right, let's see here. Pulling up Prime Video on my phone real quick. This week in the fantasy league, without a doubt, we're putting Shane Van Gisbergen in there. He's my pick to win, hands down. Ty Gibbs, I think, can be quick. Todd Gilliland is a really, really good pick. For a garage driver, I'm going to do it. He was top 10 in practice. Actually, he was like top of the board in practice at one point. Can't remember if he finished there or not, but he was up at the top. I remember seeing his name up there. Qualified fifth, both front row cars, two of them, I should say, in the top five here. And Gilliland is a pretty solid road course racer. He's known for getting top 10s on road courses. So I'll go Gilliland in the garage spot. Ty Gibbs is a good road racer. We're definitely taking Denny Hamlin out of there. I'm going to guess Suarez is going to go for points. I think Suarez goes for stage points. We're going to keep Suarez. We're going to take Eric Jones out. Going to plug in Connor Zilic. Going to do it. Then we got Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe. Briscoe he didn't qualify well. That scares me. I'll go Michael McDowell. And then I might throw Gibbs back in there. Austin Hilson. I mean, that'd be an off-the-wall pick, but he won the O'Reilly race yesterday. He was really good. I'm going to take Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is pretty consistent on the road courses. So I've got a hodgepodge lineup here. We're going to take Ryan Blaney over Denny Hamlin in the head-to-head. Pretty easy for me there. Hamlin, not a great road course racer, and Ryan Blaney qualifying third, having track position. I do think Hamlin's going to try to go for stage points today as much as he can to try to salvage however good of a finish Reddick is going to get versus him. SVG versus Reddick. SVG is my pick for the win. We got Chase Elliott versus Ty Gibbs. Elliott qualified 30th. I think I have to take Ty Gibbs by default there. And Larson Zilic is going to be an interesting one. Connor Zilic is either going to finish top 5 or he's going to get in another wreck this weekend. But what the hell? Give me Connor Zilic. All right. And next weekend on the pre-race, with it being the first week of the in-season tournament, I'm going to fill out a bracket and go through that for you guys as well on next week's pre-race. It has been already seeded for next weekend based off of last week's race at Pocono, but although the seeding is done, we'll have to wait one more week to fill out that bracket since we don't start things off this week. Not going to go through the starting lineup yet. We're going to highlight the point standings coming into today's race first. And on that regular season championship battle with just 10 races to go in the regular season, it's Tyler Reddick versus Denny Hamlin. Reddick still has the points lead. He's led in points every race this year, all 16, but Hamlin is only 19 back now. He was 130 points back before the 3 consecutive wins. Plus, Tyler Reddick had a DNF at Michigan in there where he finished 35th, although he did win a stage in that race and salvaged at least a few points more than what he would have had he just wrecked early in stage 1. Still, the lead is down to 19 points. Hamlin has 4 wins now to Reddick's 5. Ryan Blaney still sitting third in points as he's pretty much been between second and third all year, but obviously Hamlin, with winning 3 straight, has pulled away from him. He is 165 back, and he's still got a 30-point buffer over Chase Elliott in fourth. Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 5 in points. Stellar season. Still the one career win, but the fact he's top 5 in points, really, really consistent there for Gibbs. Kyle Larson, 6th in points without a win. He is the most points without a victory this season. Chris Buescher, he's been 5th to 10th in points all year. Here he is 7th coming into this week, and he's a pretty solid road racer. Daniel Suarez, who got his first career win on a road course in Sonoma. I think he's going to go for stage points today. It seems like with him being 8th in points, they're going to capitalize and try to get as many points as they can the rest of the year. They do have that win already, so although win pays out a lot, obviously if he's in contention late, maybe he does go for the win. But I think by default, with SVG being as good as he is and him qualifying in the back half of the top 10, he's probably going to go for points. If not, then I regret putting him on my fantasy team this week, but I do think he's going to go for points. Carson Hocevar, 9th in the point standings as well. Those Spire cars, obviously they've had a lot of speed this year, to be running top 10 in points and getting good consistent finishes, getting a lot of stage points, good qualifying efforts, especially helping with that like they did this weekend with Hocevar starting on the front row, Suarez qualifying top 10 again, and McDowell starting up in the top 10 too for this weekend's race. I still think they're going to try to go for points as much as they can. Hocevar qualifying on the front row. For some reason, he's able to keep up with SVG, then maybe, but he's not a great road course racer. I don't expect him to stay up there for very long. Christopher Bell, 10th in points. He will start today's race. Brent Cruz is on standby. He may be filling in for Bell at some point during the race today. If that is the case, we'll see Cruz in a Cup car for the first time in a race. He did practice for a little bit on Friday in that 20 car. William Byron will be in the 11th place position in points, coming off a top 3 finish last weekend at Pocono. Probably his best run of the year. He's only got 3 top 5s. But he did move up a spot in the standings. Still sitting outside the top 10. Could be leery if he gets into a DNF or 2. We got some wild card races between today and then 2 weeks from now we'll be at Atlanta. That's going to be a tricky one as well to make it to the finish. It's definitely a danger spot, but things are going better for the 24. Chase Briscoe in the 19 as well. Obviously had that huge points hill to try to climb when he was outside the top 30 points after about 5 races. He's been very fast, consistent enough that he's actually gotten up to 12th in points. Still winless on the year, but he's getting good runs. Had another good one at Pocono a week ago. Bubba Wallace, 13th in points, dropped 2 more spots. He had that 3rd place run in Michigan that stopped the bleeding after a couple straight DNFs, but then he had another bad run again last week at Pocono. That dropped him back in the point standings. He is above the cut line for now, but with 2 road courses back-to-back coming up, it's very highly probable that Shane Van Gisbergen is going to jump him in points. That leaves him only ahead of Jones and Cindric above the cut line. As SVG comes in, he is only 10 points to the good, but with the street course this week, the road course at Sonoma next week, he is going to be trying to get all the points he can, and he is fast that he could go for stage points and still get the race win today, so I would not be shocked if they tried to deploy that strategy. It would make things interesting as the fan and make things harder for him to try to go for the win, but he needs points. Eric Jones is sitting 15th in the standings right now, only 4 points to the good, in a tie for 15th with Austin Cindric, and they're the last drivers in. Jones has been on a hot streak. He's had 3 straight top 10 finishes, had a top 5 at Michigan with a runner-up. Also scored double-digit stage points that day. Had a lot of stage points last week again and another top 10 finish. So things looking good for Eric Jones and Legacy Motor Club as a whole coming into this weekend. We'll see if they can keep the momentum forward. Jones did qualify well again this weekend. Brad Keselowski, first driver below the cut line. He scares me that he has fallen back. That team has 4 top 10s on the year, all early in the season. He's DNF'd a few times in recent races. I believe he's got 4 straight finishes outside the top 20. We'll see how things are going to go for Bad Brad. But being on the outside of the cut line with 2 road courses coming up, and he is not a good road course racer, he is going to probably fall back in points a little bit further these next 2 weeks, especially when you look at guys like Austin Cindric and Joey Logano around him. They could pick up this weekend. How big is that hill going to be to try to climb for Keselowski when we get to those final 8 races after these 2 weeks ahead? Joey Logano, as mentioned already, around the bubble in points. He's actually in 18th. He lost another spot in the standings last week despite a top 10 finish at Pocono. He didn't get any stage points, and obviously drivers around him like Eric Jones, Austin Cindric were able to do so, and they've just been outrunning him consistently all year by just enough that they're slightly ahead. Logano's deficit to the cut line is only 21 points. He can make that up today, for instance. He could be above the cut line. We'll have to see how that works. Ryan Preece, 19th in points and rounding out the top 20. Whoops. Hang on. Hit a pop-up ad with the in-season tournament on the right side of the screen. And 20th in points, Michael McDowell. He's not out of it with 2 road course races. It's really going to depend how many points he can make up. I think he's going to have to win one of these next 2 races to really be in the chase talks. The equipment is there because Hocevar and Suarez are top 10 in points, but the finishes haven't been there for McDowell. He does have 2 top 5s in the year, but only 3 top 10s, which is far less than Hocevar, who has 7 top 10s and 4 top 5s. And Daniel Suarez has 2 top 5s and a 5 top 10 run as well. And obviously both Hocevar and Daniel Suarez have a win, which helps instrumentally as well. All right. So we are getting ready for the start of today's San Diego street race, Naval Base Coronado. Cars are on the racetrack. We'll go through the starting grid as we are just moments away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. Starting on pole, Shane Van Gisbergen, who tries to go for his second win of the season. He is 1 for 2 on road courses this year. He's a two-time street course winner at Chicago last year in the inaugural season in 2023. Carson Hocevar will be on the front row with him. First front row start on a road course for Hocevar. Ryan Blaney and Zane Smith in row number 2. Blaney, a former winner on an inaugural racetrack. He won at the Charlotte Roval in 2018. Todd Gilliland with a top practice effort and a top 5 in qualifying will be on the inside of row 3. And Daniel Suarez, a former road course winner at Cup at Sonoma in 2022, will be in row 3 as well. Row 4 will be Ryan Preece and rookie phenom Connor Zilic looking for that first top 10 of the season today, and he could be an outside threat for the win. Michael McDowell, Austin Hill in row 5. Hill won the O'Reilly race yesterday. McDowell, former road course winner at Indianapolis a few years ago. And row 6 will be Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace. Gibbs very consistent on the road courses. Wallace may be lacking consistency, but he has had good finishes at times in recent years. Corey Heim will be making his first street course start here this weekend in the NASCAR Cup Series ranks alongside Kyle Larson, two-time Cup champion, still looking for his first win of 2026 in row 7. Row 8 will be AJ Allmendinger. He's got a few wins on road courses in his Cup career. Chris Buescher with a win at Watkins Glen 2 years ago. And then in row number 4, Tyler Reddick, who actually won at COTA earlier this season and is a 4-time road course race winner in the next-gen car. Austin Dillon starting alongside Reddick. In row number 10 will be Joey Logano and Alex Bowman. Bowman won the street course of Chicago 2 years ago. Kevin Magnussen, former F1 driver, will be making his NASCAR Cup Series debut today in Team Trackhouse's number 91 car. He will be on the inside of row 11 with Chase Briscoe to his outside. Ross Chastain, a COTA winner in 2022, will be on the inside of row number 12 alongside Riley Herbst. And row 13 will be Cole Custer and former Watkins Glen winner Denny Hamlin. And William Byron, two-time Watkins Glen winner, alongside John Hunter Nemechek, will be in row number 14. Row 15 for Brad Keselowski and former road course ace Chase Elliott. He has won in the next-gen car, starts deep in the field today. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Austin Cindric, Noah Gragson in row 16, row 17, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Ty Dillon. Row 18, Josh Berry, Jimmy Johnson back for his first Cup start since the Daytona 500 this season. And then Christopher Bell, with that injury, will start deep in the field, row number 19, alongside Eric Jones, who tries to go for 4 straight top 10 finishes. Cody Ware will round out the field in 39th, starting all alone in row 20. That is your starting grid for the Naval Base Coronado Street Course race here in San Diego. 20 laps in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. Final stage will be 35 laps in length. Lap times are going to take between 2 to 2.5 minutes at full under green flag conditions. Caution lap's going to be pretty long. Probably going to be a longer race today around this 3.4-mile street course. For some late updates, I'll let you listen into the booth. Well, I could have blown my nose again before we get started with the race.
91, Kevin Magnussen in the Qualcomm Chevrolet, and 19, Briscoe, that's Pro Shops Toyota. In row 12, number 1, Ross Chastain in the Kubota Veterans Honor Chevrolet, and then 35, Riley Herbst in the Monster Energy Toyota, and then Cole Custer in row 13 in the 41 Texas A&M Chevrolet, and Denny Hamlin, the man that's been on the hot streak in the number 11 Bob Discount Ford Toyota. Row 14, William Byron in the 24 Anduril Chevrolet, and then John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 DriveValue.com Toyota. Down the party.
Yeah, let's road for, so you cannot count out Chris Buescher. Remember a couple years ago, Watkins Glen, he beat SVG straight up on speed. I asked Buescher earlier this week, how are you approaching this first race at San Diego? He said, honestly, the same way I approached the first race at Chicago. Kind of worked my way in the weekend. That day, they qualified mid-pack. They wound up finishing in the top 10. He told me I would take that right now at what he called quite possibly the hardest track they've ever tried to tackle in a race car.
Thanks, Marty. Going back to the grid for the last 6 rows, we have Brad Keselowski from Rochester Hills, Michigan. He'll line up next to Chase Elliott from Dawsonville, Georgia. Row 16, behind the wheel, the number 2, Austin Cindric for Team Penske. He'll line up to the Las Vegas native Noah Gragson in the 4. Row 17, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. from Olive Branch, Mississippi, will line up next to Ty Dillon from Welcome, North Carolina. Row 18, Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee, will line up next to 7-time champ Jimmy Johnson from El Cajon, California, the local guy. Christopher Bell with that fractured left wrist will be in row 19 next to Eric Jones in the 43. And by himself on row 20, the 51 of Cody Ware. Trevor Bayes Well, since Chase Elliott has made his first start in the Cup Series, it has been hard to go to a road course and not mention his name as a contender. 43 starts, he has 7 wins, a top place average finish on road courses. So we would expect to see him at the top of the board. Chase and Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, have both admitted that there has been a struggle since they've gone to this next-gen car. We see Chase Elliott starting in 30th today. I asked where the speed was at. Where do they feel like they're off? And that is the hardest part for this team. They're trying to figure that out right now. They don't know yet if it's under braking, if it's roll speed, if it's handling. He just really feels like this next-gen car is not giving him the feedback that he needs and what he's used to from the older style cars.
2 wins this year, top 5 in points. Got to survive the day if you're Chase Elliott in that 19. And now we do our Harbor Freight tools for victory.
If you end up in victory lane today, it's going to be an impressive run, but it's going to start by saving some tires, specifically those rear tires they wear, and the car gets very difficult to drive. And patience. It's hard to have that. You really got to let your crew and your team use strategy to help you gain the spots that you need on the racetrack and not try to do that all yourself and get yourself in trouble. So be patient today. And again, that concrete, that's kind of where we're seeing some of that tire wear, Steve, is that newer concrete on this racetrack. Trying to keep the rear tires on it. That's all. Talked about in the garage. Do they have what it takes to be able to do that better than anyone else? Not to mention the 3.5 miles of concrete on either side of you. You're going to want to stay out of those barriers. Going out of turn 12 down the long straightaway on the backside of the course, and you see that newer concrete right there as they're entering turn 13. These are high-speed corners. There's a lot of lateral load. The car's really leaning into the tire and dragging the tire across the racetrack. All through this area of the racetrack, we'll see a ton of tire dust and debris offline. That's really going to eat the tire up all day long. And Adam, all of these drivers have been talking about the difficulty of the racetrack. Well, that was basically by themselves, either qualifying or practicing. And now look at the packed field. We are going to drop the green. SVG talking about the speed off the front. Well, what if you're back in row 7, 8, 9, 10? You are right in a hornet's nest.
I don't know how you measure perfection, but we're right there at it. America 250, Father's Day, and NASCAR, and Naval Base Coronado.
All right, another sellout crowd, 5th week in a row. That has been the case for the NASCAR Cup Series. Shane Van Gisbergen, the odds-on favorite to win today's race, on pole, leads the field to the green. We're underway for the first ever street race in Naval Base Coronado in San Diego, California. And a great launch through the first corner for SVG. He is clear by several car lengths, heading down into the first high braking zone in turn number 2. Which will be a 90-degree left-hand corner. One of the better passing opportunities around the racetrack today, and especially on restarts. Top couple cars single file getting through that first turn. Obviously congested with a restart situation. Mostly too wide through the first few corners. And not a lot of contact. Everybody trying to take care of one another in the early laps as they get familiarized with this road course layout. Only a couple laps on track yesterday with qualifying. And the full 50-minute practice session that was on the week was on Friday evening before the Truck Series race. Carson Hocevar in the 77 trying to do his best to basically stay close to the back of the 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen, see what he's doing, try to replicate that the best that he can. 16-turn course, 3.4 miles. Is the layout, the longest track in the circuit as of 2026. Big dive by Kyle Larson in the 5 as he gets underneath Ty Gibbs. Gibbs did not give him a lot of room in the middle of the racetrack there. Shallow entry for Larson, but he's able to, with slight contact, hold on tightly, make a pass on the 54, and in doing so, he's trying to make another pass on Bubba Wallace in the 23, who's right in front of him, and he does. 2 passes made in the span of just a couple corners. Don't see that often on road courses, and I should say especially street courses where the track confines are even tighter. But Larson doing a good job after qualifying 14th. Contact already and a car going wide, but staying on course. Todd Gilliland, actually the other front row for Zane Smith in the 38. After Daniel Suarez was to the inside looking to make a pass. A lot of high tire fall off at this racetrack. So having a big slide like Zane Smith did on the opening lap of the run, opening lap of the race, It's going to be asking of a lot of his tires. 20 laps is going to be pretty close to the full fuel run for full stage 1 and stage 2. Because of the field flipping that will go on before the end of the stages, we'll probably see pit stops with about 3 or 4 to go in the stage, but the fuel window is going to be right about that mark. And obviously some drivers are going to stay out, try to get those points. Probably those that won't be in as much of a contention for the race win today. Except for maybe Shane Van Gisbergen, because he's probably the only driver who could actually get those points and work his way back all the way through the field. It would take him some time. It'd be quite the risk, but he was able to win a stage and the race on the last road course of Watkins Glen, so it's not impossible. Ryan Blaney setting the fastest lap of the race on lap 1, but because of that initial start, he probably had a little bit more speed getting to the green than Shane Van Gisbergen out of the restart zone itself. So once we get to lap 2, you're really going to start to see who the faster cars are for the early going of this run. Defensive line by Carson Hocevar down into turn 4 on Ryan Blaney in the 12. Getting quite a bit of momentum on the exit of turn 3 for Blaney. A little bit of gap between the 97 and 77. Shane Van Gisbergen, just for the most part right now, trying to pace himself where he's running just fast enough to keep a little bit of distance between himself and Carson Hocevar in second place behind him, while he's still taking care of the race car in doing so. Austin Dillon in the 3 car spun around in the wrong direction, and he is going to go to the tail end of the lead lap as he has to wait for the entire field to pass by before he can get turned back around in the correct direction. We do stay green. Looks like he might have made some nose contact with the wall before kind of bouncing back into traffic where he was. And a 75-lap race today. Working the conclusion of lap number 2, Shane Van Gisbergen, the race leader, Carson Hocevar in second, Ryan Blaney still third. Daniel Suarez did make the pass for 4th on Zane Smith, and Zane Smith rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Austin Dillon's still stuck, and I think we're going to end up getting a caution when the leaders get to the front stretch and a couple more turns. Actually working their way to the front stretch now. NASCAR trying to give as much time to Austin Dillon to get the car refired, and it looks like Dillon has finally gotten it refired. And we will continue to stay green. I was getting nervous there. I thought we were going to get a caution already in the first couple laps. NASCAR trying to hold on to the flag. They really don't want to see any yellows, if at all, especially for lazy spins like that. A little bit of contact between Allmendinger and Dillon. Shallow entry for AJ. It looked like he did push up the track a little bit, but the 3 also was coming down as if nobody was there at the same time. And combination of the 2 turning Dillon around. Connor Zilic making slight contact with Ty Gibbs on the racetrack, battling inside the top 10. Check Gibbs up a little bit more so than it hurt Connor Zilic. Zilic still in 9th. Gibbs fell to 13th. And Zilic actually just lost the 9th and 10th place position to Austin Hill and Kyle Larson. Austin Hill up to 8th. Having a great run in the early going in that 33 car. Michael McDowell setting the fastest lap of the race at the end of lap number 2. By the way, back in that 7th place position. He's picked up 2 spots from the start. 1 per lap. And that lap time is going to pick up quite a bit because he's still in traffic. Probably saving a little bit as well. That time was a 141, the 141 seconds, 0.218. In qualifying yesterday, they were right around that 137 mark, so there's a lot of time to be had. Late stage or late race restart situation where guys are going to be pushing 100%, not necessarily trying to take care of their tires. Probably we're going to see lap times right around there again later. Kyle Larson, who's making moves through the field on the outside of the 33 of Austin Hill. Helps set up for the next corner to be on the inside lane. Squeezes Hill off just a little bit. Makes the clearance. Larson looking really good right now. Up 6 positions in about 3 laps. Carson Hocevar in the 77 fell back a couple spots that last time by. Both Ryan Blaney and Ryan Preece were able to get by. Now Blaney looking to make a pass on Shane Van Gisbergen. Blaney is on the whip right now, and he's going to try to make SVG push that pace a little bit. As soon as he pulled out a line right as they crossed the start-finish line, SVG was able to kind of gut it, get away. Blaney will keep him honest. The distance between first and second when they cross the start-finish line, only 0.08 of a second between Blaney and SVG. 97 in first, the 12 in second. Ryan Preece in third, 0.5 back. 1.2 seconds to Hocevar, who's fallen to fourth. And Michael McDowell made a pass to move up to fifth place at the start-finish line at 1.4 seconds off the lead. And as of me reading that, Hocevar actually is now fallen out of the top 5. He's already back to 6th. So Zane Smith now in 5th, 2 seconds back. And McDowell in 4th, 1.1 seconds out of the lead. He is closing. McDowell's been the fastest car on the track consistently. And Ryan Blaney just made a pass for the lead on Shane Van Gisbergen. We don't see that often. Even if SVG isn't showing all of his cards right now, he is falling back just a bit. Ryan Preece will move into second place, also getting by Van Gisbergen.
Second, pole sitter.
Saving it for the long haul of the run, I would imagine. So maybe Blaney and Preece are pushing that pace a little bit too early, but I trust SVG that he knows what he's doing right now. But even still, we don't see him get past very often and give up that track position. Qualified on the pole. If it does come down to a long-run situation here and he does not get back to the lead, that's when I'd start to worry about Shane Van Gisbergen today. If we get to the end of this first fuel run and he isn't gaining ground at the very least on the 12 and the 60 in front of him and continues to lose positions, that's when things might fall by the wayside and this race could open up for a lot of other drivers. Old Man Dad, thanks for tuning in. Aaron Thiela, Tim Brown, KTN USA Alpine fan. Appreciate you all tuning in. Mike G, Billy Kramer, Solomon Lee, Frank Powers, and many others who I might not have shouted out in the pre-race. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. Commercial break on Prime Video for the first time. We'll take our first break of our own here. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage of today's race. Prime Video for visual purposes is where you can watch, but listen live on KRC all race long right here. Naval Base Coronado Street Race San Diego. 4 laps complete. We're on lap 5 of 75. Race leader Ryan Blaney. With Ryan Preece second, Shane Van Gisbergen third, and Michael McDowell rounding out the top 4. Biggest gainers in the first 4 laps of the race. Riley Herbst up 6 spots in the middle of the pack to 18th. Also up 6 spots, William Byron and John Hunter Nemechek. Tyler Reddick has fallen backwards 10 positions in this race. Started 17th. He is now 27th. That's probably what Denny Hamlin wants to see. Hamlin running right in line behind him as those two battle for the regular season championship. I mean, if Ryan Blaney's able to capitalize, win this race, get a lot of stage points, and then Hamlin and Reddick have a poor finish, he could be within 100 points again into the last 9 races of the regular season. And there's some good tracks still in this summer that line up for Blaney. Like in Iowa, where he has won before. Indianapolis, a flatter racetrack. That usually lends well for the Fords.
Track built for the streets. NASCAR on Prime, back at Naval Base Coronado. You're watching the Anduril 250.
What a piece of property. I mean, just look at this island of Coronado. I've never spent much time here in the base. It's been amazing, but the town also, it's been a buzz all weekend. Yeah.
A lot of comers and goers early in this race. Drivers talking about rear tires falling off, SVG. This guy right here, though, seems to be comfortable and happy with the face underneath the 12 car here. Oh, no, Jimmy Johnson had some hard contact.
It looks like the chicane.
Try to get turned around here.
It's an interesting spot on the chicane, though. I wonder where exactly he hit.
Looks like he probably hit the inside wall trying to get to the chicane.
Oh, yeah, like
I locked up the rears and probably spun left into the inside wall. I had to zoom some debris, but off the racing surface there, off the racing groove. So we should be just fine to continue on our way. Hate this for Jimmy Johnson, making limited starts. Home game for him. We know what this race meant. He's had a lot of issues with rear lockup. There he is.
now the right side.
Yeah.
Like, he just had braking issues. I mean, look how fast he goes by the 4 car. This car has braking issues.
And he's done this all weekend. He's had problems with the brakes, and they talk about the rear brakes locking up. They've been trying to fix this issue for Jimmy, and it just seems like they haven't been able to get it right. Almost like he has way more rear brake pressure than he does front pressure, and can't seem to get the balance going right there, Kim.
Yeah, Dale, you mentioned the issues they've had all weekend. We saw that rear brake lockup all throughout practice. Crew Chief Chad Johnson told me they did change brake pads to try and alleviate some of those issues. But after that incident right there, Johnson came on the radio and said, these brakes, man, they can't do anything. So very upset from Jimmy Johnson.
On board with the Toyota Racing onboard camera. I know it's not the day we won on Sunday. It was great having him on the desk. And Dale, you brought it up. It did warm my heart to see Jimmy Johnson run that truck. There was a moment in that race coming down the hill where he put about a 3-lane block on the guy for third, and it sparked something that I hadn't seen. I'm like, that's the Jimmy I know right there. So I know the Sunday didn't go, but he's been really a glow all weekend about racing in San Diego.
The guy that I'm watching right now is that purple car, Bubba Wallace, man. He has been working his way forward.
He
He's
has
been very
been.
happy about his car this weekend.
Up to 6th
Thrilled to
is
be able to
Bubba
get through
Wallace.
practice without hitting anything. And then he qualified relatively well, and he's drove his car almost up into the top 5 here. I think he actually was up to 4th place, maybe made a mistake and lost a few spots. But and that's one of the things we have to pay attention to is a car might be really, really good on the short run. Well, the short run's 2 laps. And then they might lose the rear tires and immediately start dropping like a rock. So the drivers talk about it like a cliff, like the car has grip, and all of a sudden you have none when the rear tires fall off. It's not really a gradual thing. Here's what I would say about Bubba Wallace, how hard he's worked on his craft when it comes to racing on the road. This has not always been his thing, but he's worked at it and gotten better and better. And here he is back up, racing for another position. Yeah, back into 5th around the 71 of Dow.
Look at the gap, right? Blaney in 1st, 10 seconds back to square the 7th. Right along with Bubba. Love to see the work he's putting in. He looks pretty relaxed. Let's just take a look at everything he's doing over here on the left-hand side. You see the gear selection, RPM, throttle, and brake. Hard throttle, a lot of hard throttle. He's even babying it down the straightaway. He's saving rear tire. Dale, you've done that at a place like Martinsville. Not even really smoke the rear tires on acceleration. Just be really patient.
SVG into 2nd place. So he's slowed down a little bit, worried about the rear tires. Got to a pace that he was comfortable, that he might find confidence in to be able to make this run last. And now he's starting to move forward as the other drivers maybe pushed a little bit too hard and starting to pay that price.
Great look off that rear bumper there.
Yeah, the Red Bull onboard camera looking back at Ryan Freese. Has been sent back to the 3rd position. So one thing that has always blown me away about Shane Van Gisbergen is that he's so elite with his ability and his mind to manage these races, but also at just getting educated over stage 1 and stage 2, and then being at his best when it's all on the line.
Adam, I saw a completely different version of SVG. I was able to walk the track with him, as all 3 of us were on Thursday, and he went out, and he was very quiet. He was a matter of fact, but he was looking at every seam of every barrier, every way the tire barriers were assembled. Dale, he was kind of looking at this track from a completely different perspective than some of the other drivers.
He looked like he had a big moment there through turn 16. We've seen that corner challenge the drivers, and a few hit that outside wall coming to the flag stand. It's not easy.
Bottom right, the foot cam, the footwork. A lot has been made of this because he uses his right foot to brake, unlike most other drivers. NASCAR drivers in general, left foot brake. SVG, as you said in the pre-race, Dale, is grown up driving this style of race car. So watch it, right foot will come over. At times he can even, there you go, he'll use the clutch on the downshift. Some say it makes no difference. Some says it's a huge difference. I can't tell you what the truth is. I just know it's different. It's not what most drivers do. You gonna vote in on it, Dale? Where do you stand? You think that clutch has anything to do with his advantage?
I think it does. He won't admit to it, but I've talked to some of his peers from Australia, New Zealand, and they talk about how it actually helps save the tire life by using the clutch in the downshift and also into the braking zone, and kind of how he uses the clutch to actually help the car turn a little bit. So it just, when you dump the clutch and start using engine braking to slow the car down, it's harder on the rear tires.
Bubba Wallace up to third. He's third behind SVG and race leader Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney still out in front. Shane Van Gisbergen in second, with Ryan Priest third, Bubba Wallace fourth, Michael McDowell rounding out the top five in fifth. Zane Smith is in the sixth place spot, with seventh being Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar eighth, Kyle Larson ninth, and Daniel Suarez rounding out the top 10. Austin Hill in 11th, Ty Gibbs 12th, AJ Allmendinger 13th, Riley Herbst 14th, and 15th is Corey Heim. Todd Gillen in 16th, Joey Logano 17th, Chase Briscoe 18th, William Byron 19th, and 20th is Brad Keselowski. Connor Zilic has fallen all the way back to 21st, John Hunter Nemechek in 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, 24th Cole Custer, and Kevin Magnussen 25th. 26th is Denny Hamlin with Ty Dillon 27, Chase Elliott 28, Tyler Reddick 29th, and 30th, Austin Cindric. Christopher Bell in 31st, Ross Chastain 32nd, 33rd for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones 34th, 35th, Cody Ware, Noah Gragson 36th, Josh Berry 37th, Austin Dillon 38th, and Jimmy Johnson, who just wrecked a little bit ago, 39th. But all 39 cars still in the lead lap. Austin Dillon also had a spin in there. That's why he's minus 20 positions from the start of the race. Noticeable drivers have dropped in the running order. Tyler Reddick is down 12 spots. He's in 29th, and he doesn't seem to be getting any of those spots back anytime soon. Connor Zilic as well, surprisingly, from 8th starting spot all the way back to 21st as he has faded in this first run. We're looking at him to try to maybe get that first road course top 10 of the season. Things aren't looking as good right now. My out of the limb pick for the fantasy league team, I took Todd Gillen. He's down 11 spots. That's already... I don't like that already. Like Connor Zilic, I trust his road course prowess. He can maybe get back up there. I don't know so much about Todd Gilliland. Chase Elliott on pit road. We got a couple of takers to pit for the first time already today on lap number 9. 9 cars stalled coming out of the pit box just a bit. It's going to cost him a little extra time, but he is fired back up and rolling again. And there was another car that came to pit road with Chase Elliott, but I couldn't tell exactly who it was. And yes, Eric, thanks for tuning in as well. Bubba Wallace just caught and passed Shane Van Gisbergen for second moments ago. That 23 car is moving right now. When SVG got the second place, he was chipping away a couple tenths a lap faster than Ryan Blaney, and I thought that was going to be the opportunity where he was really going to start to eat into that lead a little bit more. But after those first couple laps, he's now back to 4 seconds off the lead again. Bubba Wallace in the 23 car continues to move forward. He's up 10 spots to second. We don't usually see Bubba Wallace perform this well on road courses. I mean, he's at top fives at times, but not to the extent where we are seeing legitimate race speed here today out of that 23 car on a road course. He is still about 3.5 seconds off of Blaney, his best bud for the race lead. And then SVG 4 seconds back there in third. Halfway through stage 1 this time by. We'll be 10 laps in. Kyle Larson onto pit road.
Stage 1. Yeah, basically they have 5 sets of tires or brand new tires in the pits, so they're trying to break them up.
Joey Logano, Todd Gilliland also in the pits.
Stages. I just wonder, I know the fear is we have to come get tires. You see all the pit crews ready. Joey Logano on pit road as well.
A lot of cars. Bowman, Byron also in the pits. Kevin Magnussen's in.
And Joey Logano and his team have talked about that. They also talked about the different types of asphalt and concrete on the track. Where can you go hard? Where can you go easy? But Joey Logano was getting a lot of tire wear there, Marty.
See Kyle Larson on pit road who said, quote, I have my hands full out here. I'm going to need some help. Also talking about no rear grip, kind of the same thing that everyone's saying. All the drivers with a chorus of lack of rear grip to start here at San Diego.
Didn't even look like the 22 is too concerned about filling the fuel up. That's another way you can help rear tires. You can go about 22 laps on fuel. So if you don't fill it all the way up and you stay a little bit lighter on fuel, that just take a weight off those rear tires. Could help them last longer. Match your fuel to your tires. Marty.
You see Noah Gregson on pit road. All of these cars kind of splitting this stage in half, Steve. But the interesting thing is I've heard a number of teams in the top five talking about running longer, maybe trying to run to where they can flip the stage, which would be making those tires last a really long time compared to what these guys are hitting early.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm surprised that cars are coming onto pit road this early, to be completely honest. I thought most of these teams are going to try to make their runs, but obviously a lot of drivers might have needed more adjustments than others. Kyle Larson was somebody who was moving forward in those first 10 laps of the race that I'm surprised he was of those that came to pit road and not necessarily staying on the track, just continuing to gain positions. Probably going to bring quite a few more cars into the pits this time by in the following lap, and we're probably going to see off and on green flag pit stops more than likely the rest of this stage. Bubba Wallace running down Ryan Blaney, but he is going to come to pit road. He meaning Blaney in the 12th. Will pit from the lead.
Right inside the top five. Here he is, Trevor.
Yeah, and you guys nailed it, Dale Jr., about the pace. Everybody's trying to find that target lap time. What can they go? Ryan Blaney was one of those drivers who pushed the pace pretty hard there, opposed to what Shane Van Gisbergen did in riding. You'll see 4 tires. Well, Marty.
Brian Priest coming down pit road as well. That was their goal to hit when their 12 of Ryan Blaney pitted. Actually, Brian going to come down pit road this time as well and follow these guys down. But then he said, let's stay out. Let's see what happens. So SVG making that call.
So Daniel Suarez making a stop. Tight ends. The theory for just about everybody, split it in half.
But I like these guys if they get their tires to say flat 17. Oh, we see I don't know exactly what happened right there. That was pretty crazy. I think that was the 41 of Cole Custer in that Texas A&M car trying to get down into his stall. I couldn't tell if he had traffic or just lost control. Oh, no. Really nice job by the 60 and the 41. Dangerous when cars make contact.
Celsius on board here. Snug getting out.
I bet AJ's in there fuming.
A 54 in the front row seat to it.
Now, NASCAR's going to do, if we have yellows, quickie cautions, that's going to bring the entire field pit road. We're going to have some wild situations on pit road with cars trying to get in and out of their boxes all day long. That was a big issue yesterday during the rally race.
Penalty for Daniel Suarez, his crew. Over the wall too soon. Unfortunate for a driver that qualified.
Yeah, my fantasy team is just
job early.
tanking
Right
stage one.
Bubba Wallace, Van Gisbergen, trying to put the pressure on Bubba.
You see on the left-hand side, Blaney in 10th has pitted, and he's running in front of other cars like Hamlin and Nemechek who have yet to come to pit road.
Be inside here in the braking zone. Not sure they're going to be able to make the pass there. He's just being real patient and careful.
I talked about how much Bubba Wallace has grown as a road course racer. He'll find out how good he is right here. I mean, you got Shane Van Gisbergen behind you, and right behind him is Buescher. And when you think about the next-gen car, Buescher has been the guy that you circle, the model of consistency. In fact, his last victory came on the road a couple of years ago at Watkins Glen. He loved to end the winless streak today. Here's Shane Van Gisbergen. Turn 2 to turn 3, 97 on point.
Hands out the window. Thank you. These guys are running very patient with one another. Buescher now coming through. The 17's the one. I wonder how much pace he has. I think he saved the most tire.
I think that loss of the lead is probably going to bring the 23 to pit road.
Well, let's listen into the 23, what they're saying on the radio.
Pace is really good right now. Good job.
Pace. That's going to be a word you hear a lot because they have set a target. How fast can you go? What's the appropriate time? If it was unlimited tires, I think you would pit every 10 laps. And run as hard as you can. But Blaney, who's, he's 30 seconds behind from coming to pit road, that was basically because, he needed to use those tires. We have another car slow, the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr., this is around turn 12. The pink walls kind of jump out at you.
The damaged vehicle of Jimmy Johnson trots by.
Oh, what's happening on 47?
By caution. There is our first yellow of the day.
What does this do for the guys? What does this do for the guys that stayed on the racetrack there, Steve?
Well, now it's an unfortunate situation because the guys with newer tires are going to be back there in 10th. But I believe what you do now is we sit on board the Arby's onboard camera. And as crazy as it sounds, we're going to burn 2 laps of yellow, which will get us to 7 to go in the stage. I almost think you stay on the racetrack just to run 4 or 5 laps to come down pit road and try to flip the stage. I think you're kind of pot committed.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Maybe these crew chiefs think I'm crazy and they just can't stay on those older tires, but that's what I would be thinking.
I would say, though, that in a way, Steve, you're talking about the battery problems for Stenhouse as we sit here with the Arby's onboard camera, so no power there. That's the reason for the caution. But Steve, if you expand the window here, right, you kind of kick the can down the road a little bit, save yourself a set of tires later in the race, right? Give yourself some more options.
Chip strategy sometimes is like hitting traffic. Sometimes you just want to sit in traffic on the interstate and just stick with your plan. Other times you get off the on-ramp, 4 side streets, turn left, turn right, you do all this stuff, you come back on the interstate and you pull right next to the guy who sat in traffic. Man, I've been working way harder than you, and we've gone the same distance. I haven't accomplished anything. And that would be my challenge here, is I would want to stay out and kick that can down the road and save a set of tires. What I would have to ask my driver is, are we going to get wrecked? Like, how out of control are you? Because we're going to fire off at the front of this stage because I don't want you to get shoved in the barriers and end our day. And, that's where you and I have to be on the same page. You have to believe in my plan, but you have to have veto power. You're the only guy in the car. If you say, buddy, if you leave me out here, I'm going to hit one of these concrete barriers and get pushed into it. There's nothing I can do.
When this event was announced, we were all anxious to get here. We were all curious how it would unfold. And now that we've arrived, we've had a front row seat of what the United States Navy and Navy-based Coronado is all about. And let me tell you 100%, and it's not disappointing.
Under caution for the first time today, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stalling on the racetrack as his battery has failed, cannot get the car refired, and it looks like Stenhouse's afternoon will come to an early end. With this being the first caution of the race, there's an opportunity for our first restart and some variant tire strategies. Ryan Blaney in the 10th place position is first in the running order of those that have made a pit stop already under green flag conditions. The top 9 have not pitted up to this point. There are a few drivers in the running order that are also behind Blaney that started deeper in the field that haven't pitted as well, like the likes of Denny Hamlin and John Nemechek. But for the most part, most of the field has come in for some form of a pit stop for tires and fuel, which makes sense as to why, drivers like Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney were trying to push that pace hard early in the goings because they had a strategy plan. They were going to pin at lap 10 anyway. I like this, though. I like drivers trying to do something different and teams trying to do something different other than just pit before the end of the stage. Or at the stage end. They got to do something different if they're going to beat Shane Van Gisbergen. If he's going to ride around, try to save his tires a little bit more, go out and pass him like Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney and Ryan Preece all did. Pass him, put some time on him. First caution today, Christopher Bell out of the race car in the 20, by the way. Reported on earlier that Brent Cruz could potentially substitute for him, and that is going to be the case. So Bell, after about 11 laps on pit road, remember he has that broken right wrist after a crash at Michigan a couple weeks ago. Raced at Pocono, ran all 400 miles last week, led some laps. He had talked about with reporters earlier in the week that the inability to be able to make the quick moves back and forth with his wrists are the reason for why they would have to have a substitute driver for him. Brent Cruz from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series is stepping in. Brent Cruz, only 18 years of age. In fact, he just turned 18 just a few months ago. He'll be the youngest driver in the field once he straps up into the Joe Gibbs Racing number 20 Toyota Camry. What an opportunity for Cruz.
Cheesesteak, Arby's has you covered. Race to yours today by texting RACE to 27297 and order in the app.
Think they ordered ships. Think we could get one up here?
That's right.
I don't know. Think they got security clearance?
We have
all the way up to the bridge.
We have a connection.
Yeah, man.
They'll help us out. All right, let's go down to pit road. Here's Trevor.
Yeah, guys, we've had the 20 car of Christopher Bell come to pit road while the pits were still closed, so nobody else was on pit road to make that scheduled driver change with Brent Cruz. We know that Christopher Bell has that left fracture on his wrist and is not able to really hang on to the wheel at these road courses, as bumpy as it is, make the gear changes and do all the things he needs to do. So Brent Cruz has worked all week to be ready with this team. They've made pedal extensions to put in the car for him. They've gotten him switched over. They practiced this multiple times, as well as being in the sim with Christopher Bell to get used to this next-gen Cup car. We'll see where it goes from here, but they are working to get him back on the track before the pace car gets back.
You know, you could look at this one way or another. A glass half empty. This is a really tough racetrack, and I don't know if Bell, this is going to be the hardest version of him to try to run with that fractured left wrist. Glass half full is the pace laps are so long. Other than going to the back of the field, you don't lose a lap. So this car could be just, go out there and run that race. I'm excited to see Brent Cruz. Did a really nice job in that O'Reilly race yesterday.
Toyota onboard camera giving us these great shots of this driver change, and there's part of Christopher Bell that thinks that he should stay in this car. That's the emotional side of this. Is he's going to experience what it's like to watch his car go around the racetrack without him behind the wheel, and that's never a fun thing for a race car driver. But it's a smart decision, considering his health and allowing himself to heal fully and not have long-term issues. A lot of cars coming to pit road here.
Yeah, a little split here. I love the idea of staying house. I like the gamble.
Yes, some of these guys, though, are so far back in the field, they don't want to be that first car on old tires. Kill.
You see Brad Keselowski making his stop. They'll take Goodyear tires, snowboat fuel. Just the same complaint we've been hearing. No brick on the racetrack. Trevor.
Yeah, Austin Hill with that win in the O'Reilly Series yesterday has carried a lot of speed into the Cup car all weekend long. Right now, he feels like turns 3 and 12 are where he's lacking the most grip. Actually, with the front tires, after heard everyone else complaining about rear grip.
Great win here yesterday, as Trevor said, for Austin Hill. The big celebration for everyone at Richard Childress Racing. Restart when we come back.
All right, so we're going to have a restart more than likely this time by, as the field will be working their way back to the start-finish line. We will have 6 laps to go in stage 1 when they get there. Running order towards the front on this next restart, we'll have Shane Van Gisbergen in the lead, Chris Buescher second, Bubba Wallace third, Michael McDowell fourth, Zane Smith in fifth, Austin Hill sixth, Riley Herb seventh, Chase Briscoe 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, Ryan Priest 10th, and Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson 11th and 12th. All on the top of the screen on the Prime leaderboard under the side-by-side commercial break. 13 laps out of 20 complete in stage number 1. And again, we'll have 6 laps to go in the opening stage when we get back to racing. I don't think I got the chat poll going earlier. I'll get that up now, and I'll leave it open a little bit later in the race as well, since I didn't have it at the initial start. So, who wins the San Diego Street Race? We'll obviously throw Shane Van Gisbergen. Ryan Blaney looks quick. And Michael McDowell looks really good, too, in that first run. Michael McDowell. There we go. And obviously, if you think somebody other than McDowell, Blaney, or SVG will get the win, then you can vote other. I almost put Bubba Wallace in there. I mean, he did look good right off the rip. Just because he hasn't won on a road course or a street course before, that's the only reason I kept from putting him in there. Like, what is that run going to look like if we have to go 20 laps before a pit stop? Each of these teams only get 5 fresh sets of tires, so a lot of them using one already.
When we return to the green flag, now let's hear from drivers racing at Naval Base Coronado.
Yeah, it is super cool to be a part of really anything that's a first, but racing at the Navy base on this special weekend is just, it is awesome.
Seeing what has happened the last couple of weeks, what they've built up for this to be, and how passionate and special it is for everyone to be here. Race on a cool course with like going from turn 2 to 3 and seeing the aircraft carrier is awesome. So yeah, it's pretty unreal.
The Navy's been great to us. Coronado's been awesome to us. Just to be a part of this something historic like this, especially 250 years of America is I don't think you could have had a better combinations.
To see all the active members of the military and their families get to come out here and enjoy it as well. And we're bringing the racing to them. So many of the community around here have talked to us and about how excited that they are to actually see NASCAR for the first time.
I think you said it best earlier, Steve, when we came on the air for the broadcast. Been very humbling for all of us in the NASCAR community to come here and be a part of this.
Drivers get ready to go back green, headed toward the chicane. A few feet away from get back up to speed. Some cars on old tires, some cars on new tires. It's going to be quite an experience in the middle of the pack.
Front row, Shane Van Gisbergen and Chris Buescher on older tires. SVG, the control car, as the leaders make their way to the Poet restart zone.
All right. Van Gisbergen going to be on the outside of row 1, inside of row 2. Green flag back in the air. He's already going to be clear before the start-finish line. Another great restart for the 97. Just as he did the initial start of the race, Chris Buescher also cleared for second place as they head downhill towards turn 2. More of a sprint now for Shane Van Gisbergen, but he is on older tires. 3 wide, right around Ryan Blaney, Riley Herbst, Zane Smith. Blaney was wide on those fresher tires, but had to lift to keep it off the wall, making a 3 wide pass to the bottom in the very next corner. And that is how good fresh tires can work out for you here at Naval Base Coronado. Because Ryan Blaney went from the top to the bottom in one straightaway. Had to lift, get out of the gas a little early. You would think that would cut the straightaway speed off, but those fresh tires getting down into the next braking zone, and he was still able to beat those other 2 cars he was battling with. Gets 4 spots initially in those first 3 corners to get up to 5th. And the top 4 in front of him on those older tires is Blaney's going to try to more than likely go for the Stage 1 win. Yet to still see if Shane Van Gisbergen, Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, maybe they'll all work their way onto pit road before the end of the stage. Blaney up to 4th now. Michael McDowell has been passed. Ryan Preece in the 60, who's looked pretty impressive in the early going of this race. And Kyle Larson also right there. I mean, this is very early in the race, and it's tough to tell how hard Shane Van Gisbergen's pushing, but this might be the first time in a while where he just straight up looks beatable. I know Tyler Reddick ended up beating him at Coda earlier this season, but I didn't believe it until that checkered flag fell that he ended up losing that race. Today, he looks beatable. Buescher trying to widen his arc out into a corner where Bubba Wallace stuck his nose in. Slight contact in the left rear corner panel. Wallace with a little bit of a squiggle as well. Opens the door for Ryan Blaney, and Blaney moves up to 3rd. Ryan Preece in the 60 trying to keep pace with the 12 car and potentially battle for the Stage 1 win. Also trying to make a pass on Wallace. Wallace made a quick block to stay in front of the 60 car, and that's going to buy the 12 a little bit more time to try to pull away and catch these top 2 of Buescher and Van Gisbergen in front of him. Blaney had as big of about a 4-second lead over Shane Van Gisbergen back in Stage 1 before he pitted under green flag conditions.
It's going to be of utmost importance. Again, the acceleration, making another pass. Down here into turn 3. Oh, had to check up just a little bit to make sure not to get in the back of the 97 of Shane. And down to the outside.
I mean, 2 for 1? Are you serious? 2 to 3 to 4. Blaney letting it hang out on those tires.
To be on the inside here going into turn 5, easily taking the spot away. And now he can just sit there and ride because to your point, Adam, the next car on tires that the 12 is racing is the 60 here. He's got to get by these two cars as well. He'll do that right there with Busher on the back straightaway, headed to 6. So for a little while, Blaney can just be super easy. Doesn't have to run hard at all. He's not going to get caught by the 97. Sit there and wait till the 60 car starts to put a little pressure on and decide if he wants to start to ramp it back up.
And with what I've seen, if you're in the 97, you're trying to get to basically 3 to go in the stage. The leader will close pit road with 2 to go. So I imagine with 3 to go. Now, if you think you can pit at 2 to go, but I think Blaney's going to be so far off the road, 3 to go is going to be your only option.
Larson back there, hound in the back bumper of that 17 of Busher.
Larson actually came to pit road under green 1 lap prior to Blaney and Priest. He came at lap 9.
Oh, man.
Session. And Priest, Van Gisbergen get together.
Oh, Shane ain't happy. Got him running him a little bit low there. Gives him a little tap in the door.
Yep.
Larson gets another one going by Shane.
Watch Shane.
Look at
Oh,
this.
my goodness.
Hey, you want to play rough? I'll play rough.
We were working together. Why'd you hit me? Shane's like sending the signal.
He kicks that rugby ball after he wins. A little bit of a rugby mentality there with Van Gisbergen.
That was awesome.
See A.J. Allmendinger and Ty Gibbs back there on the back end of this. Let's take another look at it. On board, the 60 dives in 12B right here, passes on, but it's a little bit of a dive bomb. And Shane's not ready for it. Spotter's not really able to see this area of the racetrack well enough to give Shane the information he would need that the 60's going for the move. Shane's super angry about it, so he's in a position right here to make it really tough, and he's going to do that. Priest could have easily wrecked the car right there. But Shane was pretty upset.
And now he'll pull over. I don't think it's not that SVG would have been mad if they were racing for the lead late in the race. That's reasonable. But he goes, I'm out here cruising. You know I'm cruising. I'm going to let you have the position. You didn't have to dive bomb me. I think that is where the frustration's coming from.
We talk so much about deposits and withdrawals, right? And so that's a little bit of a message sent about how the deposit and withdrawal was handled in the exchange between Priest and Van Gisbergen. So Larson now up to second. Priest is third. SVG first of those drivers that's yet to come to pit road.
All right, so if you look at the pylon on the left-hand side, maybe you look at the last time they came to pit road, there you go. So the cars with no number next to them, that means they have yet to pit. The 97 of SVG, the 17 of Busher, the 23 of Wallace. I believe this is the lap you're going to see them as we see Ty Gibbs jump out of line. It'll be interesting to see who else comes with them. Maybe they you talk about being the best of your strategy. You can also switch strategies. So let's just see what they're going to do. Blaney can pit the next lap, but this lap, anybody who's behind the leader, if they're going to want to come to pit road, now's the time.
2 times in a row, this 54 stove to the inside of the 16, and finally AJ says enough. Here you have it.
2 good road racers there. Talking about Allmendinger and Gibbs.
Right back on board with the Celsius onboard camera. AJ Allmendinger right here in 6th position behind the 54. Ty Gibbs heading down the straightaway toward the chicane again.
Well, it's great perspective, isn't it?
Sure is. I was expecting some good results from AJ and from the 54. Ty Gibbs been very good on the road courses over the last couple of years in the next-gen car. And here's the 97, Steve, on pit road.
As expected, 97's going to pit. There'll be a few others that join in. Busher's on pit road as well. Towards pit stops, we heard about a penalty on the 7th. Remember, the driver's on the left-hand side, so for the pit crews, these are very awkward. Also for the driver kits.
And right there with the debate on whether or not to flip the stage or run through the end of the stage. Bubba Wallace obviously lost in position to get stage left, so they brought it down to the tires party balance neutral.
Chris Busher as well as Shane Van Gisbergen on pit road here with 3 laps to go in stage 1. In fact, Jesse People he said, are you sure it might be worth going for the stage points here? SVG talking about the lack of rear grip, but man, Steve, the playbook wide open for Stephen Dorn and these guys pitting right now, though, because they in essence have an extra set of tires versus the rest of the field.
And at this point, it's a strategy call. This is going to sound crazy, but for the 97, I actually want you to go very slow. For the next 2.5 laps, I need you to just really pace it and save as much tire as possible. If Busher wants to go by, let him go by, and there you go. We're going to just let the 17 go. On board with the Red Bull Cam, looking back.
3 to go. Opening stage, Blaney leads Larson, 3 Gibbs, and Almendinger.
I'm shocked that they're going to commercial with 3 laps to go in the stage. I know these laps are long, but that's like a Fox. That's a Fox thing to do there, to go to commercial break with 3 laps to go in stage 1. Ryan Blaney, the race leader. I'm curious to see if he comes down onto pit road or if he stays out for the stage points this time by. Pit road will close when he does get to the line with 2 to go, or whoever would be the leader, of course, at that point. Top 5 in the running order right now. Ryan Blaney in the lead, Kyle Larson second, Ryan Priest third, Ty Gibbs fourth, AJ Allmendinger in fifth. Todd Gillen back up to 6th with Joey Logano 7th, Carson Hocevar 8th, William Byron 9th, and Connor Zilic back inside the top 10. So that is the top 10 in the running order. Lap 18 of 75. And again, we will have 2 laps to go this time by in stage 1. Got a caution out on the speedway. And there's a tire loose. And I was going to say something, but I didn't. That tire's off of the 23 of Bubba Wallace's race car. The front tire changer kind of fell to his knees as Wallace had left the pit box. And I was wondering if that lug nut was secured tightly enough. And I wish I would have said something because I would have been looking like a genius here. But I did not. Apologize for that, but yeah, right front tire off of Wallace's race car, and that's going to bring out a caution. And that's a tough break because that 23 car was really, really fast today. And he had been running up inside the top 3 pretty much the entire day, but now we're under caution. This is going to end the stage early. You're not going to get a restart in here. So Ryan Blaney is going to win stage number 1 under yellow. Ryan Priest second, Kyle Larson third, Ty Gibbs fourth, AJ Allmendinger will round out the top 5 and 5th. Then Todd Gillen in 6th, Carson Hocevar 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Connor Zilic 9th, William Byron gets the final stage point in 10th. 1 point per position, stage win, Ryan Blaney. Stage 1 here at San Diego. 17 votes have been casted in the early going for who you think is going to win today's race in our voting poll in the chat. Shane Van Gisbergen at 65% of the votes, 29% for Blaney. Only 6% say somebody other than Blaney or SVG will get the win. Michael McDowell, no votes yet. Blaney, the stage 1 winner. SVG obviously still looking fast. He's been top 3 the whole day. Outside the top 10 with pitting before the end of the stage.
Number 2, it's for Bubba Wallace. It's back on the pit lane. We were nervous about their stop. Here's what happened on track to bring out the caution.
Right front just leaves the car, as you can see. Got a little fortunate. It was where it was on the racetrack. Turn 9, I believe.
He's going slow because he knows that he's going to lose the wheel because the nut come off back in turn 6. So he went probably another 3 or 4 corners understanding that he had a wheel coming loose. Here's the reason.
So Hamden looks good. I'm not sure what happens. You see that either the gun is still in reverse or the stock. That's what it is. The gun's in reverse. He pulls it back. He re-engages. Well, the jack man sees him pull the gun off, so he drops the jack. These tires have to be tightened up with a car in the air. He obviously couldn't get it done. The result being the wheels falling off. And as you mentioned it, Dale, back in turn 6, the actual nut itself falls off. There's a mechanism that will keep it on the car if you get it started a little bit, but I don't even think that lug nut even got started on the threads. Yeah, remember on these cars right here, you want to know what a lug nut looks like. There you go. That's what it looks like right there, and they are backwards. So when you're watching the old lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, forget all that if you're going to tighten the wheel on one of these cars, because it's actually lefty to tighten it and righty to loosen it.
I've always screwed that up anyway.
It's unfortunate for the 23 because I thought they were managing an amazing race. Let's listen in.
You got to stay in this race, though. We've seen in the truck race and in the O'Reilly Series race, you're never out of it. I mean, there's a lot that's going to happen in this next stage, and especially in stage 3. The cautions are going to start to come in bunches. We're going to have all kinds of carnage and chaos in stage 3. That happens in every single one of these races. Why would it not happen here? I think you got to reel this guy in. Say, come on, Bubba. I know this is not favorable, but let's just try to, keep our wits here and try to figure out how to get ourselves back in this race. As long as the damage isn't too severe. I know he drug the race car around the racetrack there for quite a while. There'll be some damage to the underbody.
2-lap penalty. So you got to find your way back onto the lead lap. There'll be some cautions to make that happen. So when you're here, you got to take in the sights. Saying the I-bar is a must. Steve now seems thirsty. Now we got to get you over there, man. You'd fit in. Just grab a mug and order a drink, but don't put your phone on the bar.
Oh, okay? That was fine for everyone.
Racing is an expensive sport, and I remember
Racing is an expensive sport, Carson Hosenmore. All right. Still on the final lap of stage 1, but I figured with when the caution came out, coming to 2 to go in the stage, that was going to end stage 1 under yellow. So Ryan Blaney in the 12, the stage 1 winner. Going to capitalize getting 10 points. I know he was 165 back coming into this weekend to Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick, but neither Reddick or Hamlin get stage points in stage 1. So that is all for the 12 team. Now he's 155 points back. I mean, Denny Hamlin came from 130 back in 3 weeks to 19, so it's possible. Good flat ovals that line up on the track, on the schedule, excuse me, for Team Penske and Ryan Blaney in recent, upcoming weeks, I should say. Would not have expected this week to be a week where he could get points on Tyler Reddick. I would have expected coming into the weekend that Tyler Reddick would be up here contending for a top 5, but we haven't seen that 45 car really all day today. 12th place at the end of stage 1 for him. And Denny Hamlin obviously doesn't get any stage points either. I think he pitted right before the caution came out the lap before. And Hamlin is now 34th because of that. Stenhouse out of the race. He caused the first caution with battery issues. And actually, looking at the leaderboard here, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is still in the race, though he is 1 lap down. So apparently they were able to replace the battery with the long cautions here. When he got assistance back to pit road, he is fired back up again, and he'll actually get the free pass with this caution coming out to get back on the lead lap there. So Stenhouse is in it. Wallace is not. Got over 100 concurrent viewers watching. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series races just like this. Cup practice and qualifying on the weekends as well. Next week, Sonoma for NASCAR Cup and O'Reilly Series racing. I believe the trucks are in Lime Rock next week on the East Coast. If it's not next week, it's going to be the week after. I will check that right now while they come back from commercial.
Tuesday, Asia Wilson of the Las Vegas Aces take on Brianna Stewart and the New York Liberty in a can't-miss matchup. It all tips off Tuesday, June 30th, 6:30 Eastern Time. Stage 1, going to end under caution here at Naval Base Coronado. Wheel comes off for Bubba Wallace. Ryan Blaney out front. He's pacing him around.
I'm like a child. I want to draw on that screen so bad and just outline the map on the naval base. I think it's because it's hard to believe it's there. It really doesn't look real when we get high above the whole area.
Well, we've done so many things over the years in our careers on the TV side in a studio. where you go in front of a green screen and you create this magical background that really does not exist. We're doing those shots here, but everything you see is absolutely 100% real. It just doesn't seem like it could be.
See the field snaking through the chicane headed toward the final corner of the racetrack, turn 16. Get the green and checker to complete the stage.
Blaney going to get the stage win. You know, top 5 in points. He's not had a lot of stage wins this year. This will only be his second, despite the fact he comes in.
First was at Phoenix, and he won at Phoenix earlier this season.
Big time stage points and need him. You think about the slide.
There you go. So only 2 stage wins on the year, but only 1 race win for Blaney, and the last time he won a stage, he won the race.
Person Osabar and where he's at, Logano comes in below the chase cut line. So a whole lot there going on that will help these guys after 1 stage complete in San Diego. The atmosphere, outstanding. We're glad you're with us. It's NASCAR on Prime, San Diego, California.
That was the first replay I saw that Jimmy Johnson is, and he actually hit that wall a ton. Still on the lead lap of the long laps around this place. Pretty much if you can keep the car on the track, you got a good opportunity to get a lead lap finish. We had a lot of cars that got taken out of the O'Reilly race yesterday, so we did have quite a few that did not finish on the lead lap. I believe only 26 cars that started out of the 37 actually finished the race on that lead lap. So again, Ryan Blaney, stage 1 winner. Ryan Preece in second, Kyle Larson third, Ty Gibbs in fourth, AJ Allmendinger fifth, sixth for Todd Gilliland. Let's see here. 7th is Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano 8th, Connor Zilich 9th, William Byron again rounding out the top 10. Pit road should be open this time by. You got Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick 11th to 12th, just missing out on stage points. An hour into the race, just wrapping up stage 1, 2 cautions, both for incident. This stage ending under yellow. After the right front tire had come up off of Bubba Wallace's race car, pitted that lap before, did not get the right front tire secured tightly. Loose lug nut comes off. A couple quarters later, tire comes off. And he's going to fall a couple laps down. He did have a very fast race car. It's going to take some speed out of the car, even though he's going to be able to continue in this race. And I believe he's parked for 2 laps as well. Teams just shooting themselves in the foot here, it seems. They had that one good run at Michigan. They got the monkey off the back after a couple DNFs in weeks before that. He's really free-falling in points over the last month or so, and here he is. A bad run at Pocono last week. Another terrible situation here, and this one not on the driver per se, but going to lose some more points, and he's going to be right on that cut line with 9 races to go in the regular season after today. Right. We'll take a quick break here while we're under the stage yellow.
Prime is brought to you by Anduril, official defense partner of NASCAR. Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today. And by Arby's. We have the meats. Here's Trevor Bain.
We came into this race with a lot of questions around strategy, around tire wear, around pace. Take a listen to this radio from the 71 of Michael McDowell. We're starting to see these teams paint a clearer picture of what their targets, what their goals are. Michael McDowell is one of those drivers that went 17 laps on that first set of tires. So for him, that pace that they're looking for is a 142. For somebody that goes 10 laps, it may be a little bit quicker, guys.
Got a lot of good year for bringing a tire where you actually have to play a game. You know, you have to manage it. That's what drivers love to do because every driver believes that they can do that better than the next guy. And it's another thing in their tool belt to say, hey, I can manage tires better than you. I can make better judgment better than you. I can do this better. And so all if they make tires where they run the same lap time every lap, really makes it tough to have any kind of a strategy from behind the wheel. It's pretty awesome to have this kind of tire wear and fall off and have that mix into the strategy.
So compelling to watch it play out. Another split in decisions, although mostly one-sided. As we see the majority of the top 10 come to pit road, Priest, one of the only that stayed on the racetrack.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, one of those drivers that pitted at lap 10. He's now coming again at lap 20, so 10 laps per set of tires. He has been a driver that's decided to push the pace to keep track position. We saw him as fast as 136 lap times over that last run as he took the lead from Shane Van Gisbergen. Marty.
Saw Kyle Larson come down pit road along with Ryan Blaney. He said the car much better on this run. And I have no idea if that's evolution or the changes you made, but that rear grip got way better on that run for Kyle Larson. It's interesting, Steve. He talked about the split. Some guys staying out here at this stage one caution, and others deciding to make their stop now.
Adam, there's a lot quicker pit stop there for Ty Gibbs. I don't think they waited on fuel. He jumps up 2 positions in the running order, beating both Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson off of pit road. And it wasn't even close. He beat him by quite a bit. And Allmendinger and Hocevar are the next 2 cars out of the pit lane. Quite a few drivers stayed on track. That pitted a little bit late in that stage.
Not on the same strategy, and Ty Gibbs, the first of those that did come down pit road here. Yeah, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Double A, let's get into our stage break brought to you by Snapdragon. And tires, certainly the name of the game, Corey. On that late caution, you saw Blaney restart 7th and drive to the lead. What do you expect here in stage 2?
I think these guys are going to have their toes on how much tire you burn early in the run. Do I want to go past guys who are trying to pace that run, save some tires for the back end, and then try to play defense the back half of the run? Certainly more tire degradation, I believe, than anybody anticipated, because those Goodyear Eagles are trying to push that 3,600-pound vehicle. And we rode along with the flip camera of SVG, and he barely cracking the throttle. So these guys are really trying to squeeze every ounce of grip these Goodyear Eagles have to give.
SVG, Chris Buescher, both on the same strategy, flipped the stage there. What do you make of the 17 versus the 97? Does Buescher have something for SVG? What'd you see out of that car stage 1?
He is. And I also don't think that we've seen all of SVG's cards yet. He's managing this race, trying to learn what position he needs to put himself in to provide his team the best options. Those guys are sitting, him and the 17 are both sitting on an extra set of tires for later in this race if needed. So, but Chris Buescher, he's not going to let him have it easy. And also, I got to give a tip of the cap to Ryan Priest.
Yeah, I loved that move earlier.
Two things I hated to see the right front of the 23 come off, because I did not have SVG pointing out the window and letting Bubba Wallace by earlier in the race on my bingo card. So we've seen some players. We haven't seen SVG run away with it just yet. These guys are keeping him honest.
They certainly are, Adam. There is no lack of excitement or even contact. Priest wasn't scared to get into SVG earlier. Can't wait for stage 2.
I can't wait for part 2, actually, of that little dust up. And now this relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. It's Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who returns to the lead lap here in San Diego.
Yeah, that leaves Bubba Wallace as the only car a lap down. Actually, he's 2 laps down right now, but if he were lucky enough to get another yellow, I know NASCAR is going to be very careful to not have to throw a yellow because of how long the cautions are here. So it's going to take something substantial to bring one out, but Bubba Wallace is hoping to get a couple quick ones here as soon as possible to be able to turn his race around.
Had a penalty for Chase Elliott over the wall too soon, and so he'll have to start at the rear. And we'll reset some of the other strategies, but first let's hear about the race leader, Ryan Priest, down to Marty.
Yeah, Ryan Priest asked his crew chief, Derek Finley, did I miss the call to pit road, or is this our plan? And he said, yes, this is now our plan. See if they're going to try and run to the flip here in stage 2. I just asked Derek, can you make it to that point? And he said, I believe we can, and we have to get on everybody else's tire strategy. So we may lose some track position here, but I can't afford not to have that extra set in stage 3 like everybody else will.
All right, let's put that in the Dakota ring. What they're looking for right there is they need to run about 15 more laps to come to pit road before the end of stage 2, and then would stay out when others pit.
A little bit of debris, it looked like on the brake.
Oh, yeah.
Enough to cover on the right front of the 60 cars, so a little concerning. If that's blocking the top, if that's open.
A little perspective. A little perspective here. We saw Ty Gibbs win the race off pit road. He ran along, so did Ryan Blaney. They were 1-2 off the pit lane, 18th and 19th prior to the choose. So they've got some ground to make up. For SVG and Chris Buescher, who were racing for position, they were 6th and 7th prior to the choose. And look at this. Points as we run. Hamlin only 6 behind. Long way to go here, but what a job he has done. Winning 3 in a row and chopping into that huge advantage that Tyler Reddick had enjoyed. Reese and Zilich. They're coming to the Poet restart zone as we begin stage 2 at Naval Base Coronado.
Zilich to the inside here. Into the braking zone on Freeze. He's going to take the spot away. Zilich lost a ton of spots early in this race. See if they've got the bounce on that car a little bit better.
His teammate charging as well. Orange and white. Number 1. Ross Chastain up to 3rd in the running order.
Boy, they put Greg Cruz in that 20 car and threw him right into the fire here in the top 10.
I'm thinking the same thing. Goodness. Wow.
He's ready for it. SVG to the inside at 71. Off of the turn 5.
Well, there's that tip coming from 5 to 6.
And it's worse the further left you are, Adam. If you're hard to the right against the wall, it's not quite as bad. It's really, really tough when the drivers go through there. Or contact us. We're 3 wide here.
Right, that funnel there gets really narrow. Got to be careful racing side by side, 6 to 7. This the run over to John Hunter Nemechek getting aggressive with Brent Cruz.
Brent just hasn't been in the next to enough to really know how wide it is. So no surprise, he felt like he's getting squeezed into the wall there, but he had little room. So just trying to learn where the corners of the race car are. It's something that actually you have to figure out. Every car is different.
High school age, getting an Ivy League education here today.
Trevor gave us a little insight that he was in the sim as early as this morning. So doing sim all week long, all month long, really trying to prepare for possibly being behind the wheel of this car. And even this morning, getting laps in the simulator with Brent Cruz.
Sorry, Dale. Andrew on board for William Byron. Oh, man. Green race car is up in front. Now we're heading to the chicane.
Byron will get 2 for 1 here.
Green's going to be his favorite color. Got Eric Jones now working over Todd Gilliland.
Todd's going to take the spot back. Off into turn 16. Here's the leaders.
I think this is good for Zilich. I understand everybody's playing a strategy game. But here's a rookie driver that hasn't enjoyed a lot of success throughout the early portion of the campaign. In fact, there have been some bad moments. We know how talented he is, leading laps for the first time in his Cup career. Meanwhile, Buescher starting to work over Ross Chastain. That's for 4th, but Buescher leading that group of cars that pitted at lap 17.
And I think back to what SVG told Corey and everyone at the desk when he said, I don't know how hard to run off the start. I wish I had someone in front of me, and now he has that. He has a rabbit in the 17 of Buescher that he
Contact, Buescher.
Revenge! Buescher, SVG with a spin! That's the 3rd time these two have made contact already today, and Chris Buescher goes around off the front of the 97, causes a huge stack up. I'm surprised nobody ran over one another there. Those two guys are going to end up fighting each other when this thing is done at this rate. That is unbelievable. Everybody avoided, and they keep on going. And dropped both cars back. SVG fell to 9th, but obviously Buescher with the spin fell back way further. Trying to see how this started. Showing a replay right now. Buescher was side by side with Ross Chastain. Shane Van Gisbergen trailing behind both cars. Buescher clears Ross Chastain. SVG clears the one. I mean, the 17 just, it's like he lifted way too much and then closed down to the bottom of the track as Van Gisbergen was making his move underneath him like he didn't know he was there. Buescher did nose against the wall, and it actually pushed the splitter of his 17 Ford Mustang up. That's going to maybe cause some aerodynamic deficiencies around this relatively fast street course. Connor Zilic, the rookie 19-year-old, leading the way in San Diego with Ryan Preece in second, Austin Hill third, Ross Chastain fourth, and Chris Buescher rounding out the top five and fifth the last time at the line. I'll wait for them to toss the start-finish again, and then we'll read back through this. Our leaderboard has just updated. Buescher's actually still in sixth, and I don't know how. I thought he lost a lot more spots because I didn't see him in the top 10. SVG moved up another spot. He just passed Zane Smith for 8th, but Buescher's still in 6th somehow. So these two, the 97-17, they'll see each other again here shortly. And it is going to be it's going to be much watch TV. Must watch TV. There we go. So we'll go through the full field leaderboard here. Connor Zilic leads, Ryan Preece second, Austin Hill third, Riley Herbst fourth, Ross Chastain fifth, and Chris Buescher still in sixth again somehow. Seventh is Michael McDowell, Shane Van Gisbergen eighth, Zane Smith ninth, Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10, Ty Gibbs in 11th, Chase Briscoe 12th, Kyle Larson 13th, Denny Hamlin 14th, Joey Logano 15th, 16th is John Hunter Nemechek, 17th Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney 18th, Tyler Reddick 19th, and 20th is AJ Allmendinger. 21st, Christopher Bell, Todd Gillen 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, William Byron 24th, Corey Hyman 25th, Carson Hocevar 26th, Brad Keselowski 27th, Cole Custer 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, and 30th is Josh Berry. Chase Elliott still mired back in 31st with Noah Gragson 32nd, Kevin Magnussen now 33rd, Eric Jones in 34th, Cody Ware 35th, and rounding out the field 36th, Austin Cindric, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37, Jimmy Johnson 38th, and Bubba Wallace still 2 laps down after the tire coming off of his race car in 39th. Fastest lap of the race so far, Austin Hill in the 33 car at lap 24 put down a lap time of a 136.661 miles per hour, and you can tell these guys are pushing the pace a lot more because that lap time speed is about 5 seconds faster than it was back in stage 1 when drivers were trying to pretty much just conserve their tires for that first one. That is not the MO here in stage number 2. They're going hard from the start. I think all the contact we've seen since the restart is telling of that. 6 laps complete in stage 2, 26 complete in the race out of 75. Connor Zilic's lead is 7/10 of a second over Ryan Preece. If I'm not mistaken, these are the first laps led of Connor Zilic's Cup career on a non-super speedway. I don't believe he led at COTA earlier this season. Same for Watkins Glen on the prior road courses. So Connor Zilic and out ahead and pulling away on this current lap. I mentioned that lead was 7/10 of a second. It's now 1.3. So 1.3 second lead for Connor Zilic over Ryan Preece. 3 seconds to Austin Hill in third. 11.7 seconds to Chastain after that spin and a stack up. That's why there's such a big gap between third and fourth. Chris Buescher in fifth is 12.7 seconds out of the lead, and Shane Van Gisbergen 13.8 seconds back in sixth. Riley Herbst 7th, 14.7 back. Zane Smith 15.4 back in 8th. Michael McDowell 15.8 back in 9th. And Daniel Suarez 16 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10. So that's the intervals between those top 10 positions. Chris Buescher in 5th and SVG in 6th. Those two are within just a couple tenths of one another. And here we are again. Keep a camera on these two. Keep a camera on these two and don't go away. They're both trapped behind Ross Chastain, who's the slower car of all three of them. I don't think either of these two are going to be cutting each other any favors the rest of the way. Not that they've cut each other many favors as it is. This is this is going to be fun. Just completing this lap. We'll see if SBG is going to try a dive bomb down in turn 2 to make a pass on Buescher. Buescher did not get through turn 16 or turn 1 well, and SVG's got to run, looking to the bottom. Side by side as they exit turn 2 and head for turn 3. Better drive off for Van Gisbergen. Left-handed corner, he's going to have the inside. Turn 4, SVG pulling away from Buescher in that fifth spot now, and I think that battle came and went pretty easily. No contact between these two. Cooler heads are maybe prevailing, at least for now. I'm curious to see if SVG is going to make up anything of that gigantic gap between himself and Austin Hill, which is about 10 seconds right now between third and now fifth place on the racetrack, and obviously a 14-second deficit to the leader, Connor Zilic, as he's still stuck behind the one of Chastain. Teammate at Trackhouse. All 3 Trackhouse cars up inside the top 5 right now. Good showing for what has been a struggling season for that organization, minus the 97 of Van Gisbergen, who is still sitting in the top 16 in chase points. He's got that one win at Watkins Glen, but even without that win, the fact that he's 14th in points, considering we've only had 2 road courses out of 16 races, that is a very, very solid season for the second-year Cup Series driver. Picking up on things fast. They come back from commercial, let you listen into a little bit more of the Prime Video broadcast coverage. And while we're waiting on that, we'll take another quick break. You are listening live, KRC, full flag-to-flag coverage of today's race. John Barber, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Happy Father's Day to all the dads and stepdads out there. Yes, happy Father's Day indeed. John, if you're a father, happy Father's Day to you as well. That's greatly appreciated. I've received quite a few donations this weekend on the channel, so anybody that has donated, I greatly appreciate that. Never ask, but obviously always have to shout it out because you guys are very generous. I try to shout out just when you join the stream, let alone with a super chat. Because I am very thankful that you guys tune in every weekend. If you guys weren't here every weekend, I wouldn't be doing this every weekend. So, thank you so much.
For more than 40 years, San Diego's Qualcomm has been a hub of innovation. And this weekend, it was on full display as our NASCAR on Prime team used Samsung Galaxy F26 Ultras, powered by Snapdragon, a mobile platform from Qualcomm to capture the energy around the track. I love looking here at turn 5. It's a fun weekend in San Diego. Hey, we're setting a little history here. Connor Zilic, first teenager to lead a Cup road course event. How about that?
Christopher Bell's getting out of that 20. Brake cruises in. We could have a second teenager.
There you go.
A Cup race again today, maybe.
I wouldn't write him off, that's for sure. 2 young, talented drivers. All right, let's get an update. Connor Zilic, teenager number 1. What do you have for us, Marty?
Adam, I thought you brought up a great point earlier saying, man, what a confidence boost this is for Connor Zilic to be able to lead here and show the strength and also do it on the different strategy than everybody behind him. And he stretched out this lead to 3 seconds over Ryan Preece. When I talked to Randall Hernandez, crew chief, this afternoon, he said, listen, I would love to tell you, normally I would tell you just a top 10 would be great for us. But he has so much pace at these road courses. I expect a top 5 day. It's going to be a long run here for Zilic, but he's doing a fantastic job here in stage 2.
He is doing a fantastic job just setting this pace out front. 12 laps to go in the stage. where this car is in points, I would imagine they're not thinking about winning the stage. They'll probably pit right before the stage.
Priest back here, dirt tracking it all out too.
I noticed that too.
He must be coming pit road soon because he's heating them tires up. They're like, hey, come in pit road. So you just start burning them off.
We talked about that battle for fourth going to break. Van Gisbergen gets by Busher. They both get by Chastain. So the SVG fourth, Busher fifth, and Chastain back to sixth.
I'm sorry, Dale. I was going to say, how about the 7 of Suarez, the recovery to 9th? Remember, get a pit road penalty. So that's a great job of recovering that issue. Crew members over the wall too soon earlier in the race. And Trevor, 33 of Austin Hill, running third.
Sir, as I walked down pit road after that first pit stop, one of the tire sets that stood out to me was the 33 of Austin Hill. There were cords on both the left rear and the right front of that car. So Austin Hill got everything he could out of those tires. I think they wanted to go a little bit longer than lap 13 for that pit stop, but had to come down with that issue, Kim.
Well, I talked to crew chief Brandon McSwain, who is the crew chief for Ross Chastain, just about their approach coming into this weekend, knowing their teammates SVG and Connor are so good. And he said, we know how great our teammates are at this type of course. Mentally, we kind of have to recalibrate and not try to overreach, not get ahead of our skis with what a solid day looks like for the one car. And he said, we're honest about it. Ross cannot do what SVG does, but he still uses Shane as a resource, just bouncing things off. Are you feeling what I'm feeling? That kind of thing, just to get Ross in the right headspace. The rear, though, has not been kind to Ross. They did make an adjustment. It is better this run, and right now he's sitting solidly in the 6th position.
Executing a good race is Ross Chastain. Here's something we should update. If you go back to 8th and 9th in the running order, that's where you'll find this guy, Ty Gibbs, and Kyle Larson. They're the top 2 drivers of those that ran it long, pitted at the end of stage 1, pitted at lap 21. So something to keep in mind as you manage stage 2, when you pit, and where you go from here. And it's back to what we said earlier. You want to be the best in your group.
Issue on the racetrack in 12B, the 20 car. Looks like he's blown the engine in this car here.
This will be a yellow. We'll see if anybody tries to jump the pit road up.
Grant Cruz running his first handful of laps in this car, replacing Christopher Bell after a few laps in stage 1.
Wonder if this is a mechanical failure or perhaps there was a little bit of a driver error just because he doesn't, to your point, Dale, he doesn't run this car wrong.
They just both gears like neutral.
Yeah, you would think it would, but Trevor, what you got?
Yeah, Grant Cruz reporting a gearbox issue in the Stubb car. Keep in mind, it's much different than the pattern he'd be used to in the O'Reilly's car. Not sure if that contributed, but that is the issue.
Yeah, the thing is you'd think the problems would have the problem would be in the O'Reilly's car because you go from a sequential to an H pattern. Let's listen.
No, I don't believe that was on the driver. It looked like it was in gear and the thing just starts to free spin. Perhaps broke. Looks like it's out the pipe. So like maybe he had a transaxle failure that then led to an engine issue because it over revved as he was trying to find a gear. And I didn't see anything on there that would say it had anything to do with Brent Cruz. It looks to me like something just gave up.
Let's go big picture with his team for a minute. You rewind to the Coke 600. Christopher Bell almost wins it. He ends up second when the rains came. Goes to Nashville, you think he's going to win. Denny gets him on that late restart, but he's a runner-up again. It vaulted himself up to 7th in points. You're like, all right, here comes the 20. The hard crash at Michigan. He runs out of fuel late last week at Pocono. Everything that's unfolded here today, and all of a sudden, this team is going in the wrong direction with a driver that's banged up. Tough last few weeks really for this 20 team. You want Christopher to get well, and then you hope luck returns to their side. And we have to remind everyone, if you were watching a couple of weeks ago, just a devastating hit for Bell at Michigan.
Yeah, the 9 of Chase Elliott gets a little bit loose, and they make contact, and up into the outside wall they go. Hard hits for both of these drivers, honestly. This is the same visual of one of the hardest wrecks that I've ever seen in my life, and one of the hardest in the next gen for sure. Chase very concerned about the well-being of Christopher Bell, and Bell now a couple of weeks beyond that crash, getting his wrist x-rayed every week, trying to progress as fast as possible. You have to wonder, what the next week entails.
Yeah.
In terms of being able to be good enough to go to Sonoma. Sonoma, not quite as tough of a racetrack, not as bumpy, more smooth, more flowing than the street course here in San Diego. So it's possible that he may get a go and try to run the entire race there.
One challenge at Sonoma is it is a track where you can see some stack ups, right? I'm not a doctor. I don't know what. I mean, we know he has a fractured left wrist, but you would hate for some sort of contact with your hand being on the wheel and damage it more. Because to your point, Adam, he's getting down there in the climb, but we expect this 20 to make the chase, and you want full steam ahead for Bell when the chase reset comes.
I mean, literally, it is a case of take your medicine, right? And I love the maturity of him to understand the importance of getting out of the car today. So the road is open here, halfway through stage 2. Got a few given up spots to come in.
Almost to the point where they can only run a few more with the fuel on board, which we didn't think fuel was going to be a conversation, but Priest doing such a great job managing the tires and getting fortunate with the cautions coming out the way they were. With Derek Finley calling the shots on this team, he's kind of peeling off the racetrack and onto pit road. Yeah.
We just talked about Ross Chastain and the rear issues that he was having. He might still need more rear grip everywhere. Just avoided, though, a collision there on pit road, Marty.
Interesting move here for the RFK cars. Chris puts down as well as the teammate Ryan Priest, which is also interesting, Steve, because they just had a debate on the 60 radio a moment ago when we were under green, and they felt such a gap that they were considering staying out to the end of the stage. But Derek Finley making the call to bring his driver down pit road right now.
Well, as Adam said earlier, you kind of kick the can down the road, but then at some point, the best choice is to take service. So we'll see if this works out for the 16. Close call on pit road between Chastain, I think it was Bragdowski. Yeah.
18 drivers stay out. Circle lap 30. That's when these guys pivot. Could play a big role later on.
Want a movie meal deals?
Thank you. Get a $15 Fandango promo code and a collectible come. You upgrade meal. It's play for $1 more. Disney's no more. Only in theaters July 10th. Rated PG.
I can. You can't spell American without it. The Ram Make This the Summer sales event. Say I can in a Ram truck. It can tow when others won't. Power through anything. Depend on it for everything. And I can back it all up better than anybody.
Tough break for the rookie Brent Cruz in the number 20. Filling in for Christopher Bell, and obviously tough break for Bell as well, as he's not going to get all the points he would have hoped for today that maybe Brent Cruz could have had. Any extra drive time for the driver of the number 20 Cruz as well would have been awesome, with him only being 18 years of age, getting this neat opportunity. But we might see him at Sonoma again next weekend. And obviously, we'll be seeing him more than likely on Sundays going forward. I don't think if you're 18 years of age and you're getting behind the wheel of a cup car in a cup race means that this is going to be one and done by any means. So Connor Zilic in the lead as the caution came out. And we are going to refresh our page here. Want to make sure the leaderboard is going to be updated for us. Go through who is going to be up at the very front of the pack when we do get to the next restart. Ten laps to go in stage 2 with where we're at right now. Naval Base Coronado just shy of halfway through today's action. Robert Goodrich, thank you so much for the $10 super chat as well. Thank you so much. Compensation for being late. Not late at all, Robert. Thank you. All right, so 31 laps complete out of 75. Again, nearing halfway as we're under caution for the third time here today.
Board on the track built for the streets. I'd say the aerial coverage is quite nice today. Strong Prime welcomes you back to Southern California. You're watching the Anduril 250 from Naval Base Coronado. Riding with Brad Keselowski to build submarines.com onboard camera. Brad's had a little bit of contact with the wall. They're working on that. This is the 45 car of Tyler Reddick and the Palace Casinos Spa and Resorts on board. 54 of Ty Gibbs, the Monster Energy on board cam. Sweet looking dash. I like the colors around the switches. Front row for the restart as we hit the middle portion of stage 2.
We're going to go into the restart here. Connor Zilch did a great job on the last one, holding on to the lead. Austin Hill in the 33 car will be trying to move forward. Shane Van Gisbergen timing out the restart, cuts to the bottom, 3 wide. Now backs out of the gas. He does not want to be into the third turn, 3 wide. Oh, hard to the wall. Austin Hill, big crash at the front of the pack. Zilch is around after getting pounded by the 33. We've got a parking lot stack up behind them. The favored Shane Van Gisbergen is involved heavily as well. And we're under caution immediately again.
To your point, 3 wide. SVG gave up
My
the other
goodness.
side, let him go through there 2 wide, and there's wasn't enough room. Big damage to the 54. You see the right front destroyed on that car. 88 jumped. The 97 heavy damage. The 33.
Guy that won yesterday. Guys that we feel like no doubt had an opportunity, maybe the favorites to go out and win it today.
Season for
All
Pelican
rigged here
continues.
on a restart halfway through
Wow.
our second stage.
SVG. Trying to get his car back to the garage.
Yeah,
What's
SVG's
next to
car is
lap
total.
7 on road courses as Shane Van Gisbergen started on the pole today.
That was a big hit.
Austin will be better off just turning around, going back up the hill. He's got a long 10-minute ride back to the front straightaway and see the damage, huge hole in the nose. So Shane went 3 wide, but he backed out pretty early, understanding that wasn't a good decision. So he kind of reset things before they go off into turn 1. And if we get a replay here, I think we're going to see how this all started. So the 33, watch the 33 and the 88. I know SVG goes 3 wide here, but he gets backing out of that at one point. 88 resets to the outside line. Just the 33 misses the corner. You know, there's some bumps right there that we've seen cars get upset over and get into the outside wall. We had a massive crash yesterday in the O'Reilly series from a car making contact with the inside wall there. But it looks like the 33 just gets a little bit upset. Right there, you lock up a little bit on the right front, and the car just kind of goes straight a little bit, and he just misses the bottom, right? And that contact with the 88 that sends them into the outside wall. That's right on board with SVG. And 33 just misses the corner a little bit, contact with the 88, and then they're all really alone for the ride at that point.
Another thing we should point out here, restart rules when it comes to road course racing. You can get out of line once you get out of the restart zone, and you can actually begin the passing process before you get to the start-finish line. So that's what gives the green light to SVG there to make it 3 wide.
Yeah, huge hit. Watch this him for the 88. Watch the barrier move when he makes contact.
That's very similar to yesterday's crash. Not quite as violent, but it was still a big hit.
Riding with Ryan Blaney.
He did a pretty good job. But Dillage right here. We're with Tyler Reddick here. Off the wall, then a 33 sends him into the wall again.
Oh, he looks like he's in a little bit of pain. Remember, he had the broken collarbone last year.
He's fought injuries, right? I mean, you think about, the wreck at Talladega last spring, missed a race in Texas. That was when he hurt his back. And then you referenced, he fell from the car after winning at Watkins Glen and didn't miss a race, but had to have Parker Kligerman get in at Daytona for him. So he's dealt with some injuries, Connor Zilic has at a young age.
These safety workers, you see right here how the wall has kind of an S to it here. I learned this when we went to Chicago. We walked the Chicago street course, and these walls were actually put off the curbing a little bit. When I asked why that was, because they are designed to move. The weight of these walls are calculated for the weight of the cars, the speed of the cars. Remember, these are not safer barriers that we see at the Oval, which have a steel barrier, foam padding, and then a concrete permanent wall. All of these being a temporary racetrack, these are temporary walls, and they want them to give.
So our fourth caution of the day leads to our first red flag. Big hit on the restart. Austin Hill, Connor Zilic get together. SVG among those drivers that had nowhere to go.
Hopefully Connor Zilic is all right there, walking a little gingerly back to the ambulance, which will take him to the infield care center. Like that big hit into the outside wall got sandwiched by the 97 car as well, and obviously the force from the 33 helping that impact be maybe a little bit more greater to follow. Under a red flag now with 9 laps to go in stage 2, we have had a red flag for track repair work in now all 3 races. It's nice for driver safety that these walls do give as much as they do to help dissipate the energy from head-on collisions or at least awkward angle hits like this. The problem is waiting an hour. I mean, I'd obviously, if I had to pick between wall repair or a driver getting seriously injured, I would take the wall repair any day of the week. But I just feel like there's got to be another way to implement safety on a course like this that isn't this, where we have to stop the race for a very long, extended period of time. I don't think this red flag is going to be as long as the ones yesterday. That wall's not bowed out anywhere near as far as what it was in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. Just gotta hope that this is going to get cleaned up fast. Leaderboard's at a standstill right now. There were quite a few cars that were collected in that accident that couldn't drive back into the pits yet that are actually scored out towards the front of the pack still. And O'Reilly Herbst and Austin Hill were both collected in that. Actually, all the top 4 on the leaderboard were collected. And part of that is because they haven't crossed the start-finish line yet because all that repair work in turn 1. Massive restart crash again this weekend. Sharita Cooper, Leanna Grove, thanks for tuning in. No, I don't think Blaney's got damage. It looked like his car came to a complete stop before he got to the scene of the crime. Laverne Angel, thanks for tuning in. Where's Chase Elliott? That's a good question. Prior to the crash, Elliott's 28th. I see it on Amazon Prime's leaderboard. I'll let you know exactly where he may be. Because it's probably higher than 28 now.
These folks are having the time of their life. Love that we've got the grandstand down there on the flight deck, so you can hang out, and then you go here and look at this perspective. This is so cool. This is just straight down behind the Alexa stage.
And right there around turn 3 and 4.
Scan the QR code to shop Logitech G's newest products and hottest deals. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of NASCAR. I want to go to yesterday. And Steve, you were talking about how these walls are designed at a street course. Huge hit for Sam Mayer on a restart. And when you see the wall do what it does here, it absolutely takes your breath away. But the wall movement, as you talked about being displaced, is something that kind of benefits the driver in this circumstance.
Yeah, so these are kind of like locking key. Think about two islands. There's a steel island on either wall, and you put a metal rod down in the middle because you want the wall moving. You do not want the wall separating because then the next car in could hit and tear the car apart or make more damage than it is. So it's really supposed to kind of move and as cars come through this. But now that the wall's been moved, angle is not how it's been designed. So these safety crews will pull the wall back to a more straight kind of appearance. Because unfortunately, that first of all, that hit yesterday was unbelievable. The hit Zilich just is another one, and I think the heaviest lift in all of Coronado might be that concrete barrier right there, because I don't think it's done being contacted. We haven't even got into the third stage, Dale, and was a wreck even with the 97 kind of a boarding 3 wide. I just wonder if we're in a 2 or 3 lap shootout. I think the 97 stays there, and I'm not sure if there's any way 3 of them make it through that corner.
Yeah, with the restart zone way back in the exit of the chicane, we built up so much speed into turn 1, and there's bumps and all kinds of things that unsettle the cars through that portion of the racetrack, as you just saw there with the 33 of Austin Hill getting out of shape on entry. And it's we've tested it. We've tested the walls here. We've tested the durability of the race cars pretty heavily.
We go back, we watch the replay, and we listen to Austin Hill radio.
All right, y'all. Walk up the rear brake. Blame the lever. It's destroyed.
Yeah, just easy to, be excited. You're on the front row. You're trying to impress your team and the organization. You've done a great job. You feel like you've got a shot at getting up here and taking the lead. Just kind of got over his skis a little bit on entry there. And he does have some starts in the next gym, but not a ton, especially not a lot on street courses. But he's had good pace. And this was in a situation where he just, tried to get a little bit more than I was capable of doing. Want that one back, and I'm sure he feels a lot of remorse for all the cars that were caught up in this accident. But it took out some big names, right? No bigger than SVG, and it's blown this race wide open for all these other drivers who thought they were going to be racing for second today.
I think that's really, this is the line of demarcation right here. Everyone was very excited to be here, excited for the event. But, driver to driver, when you walk through the garage area, everyone almost just had that sense like we're racing for second, to your point, Dale. At SVG, unless something major happens, we just don't know how we're going to beat them. This is going to light the radios up. Every driver, every crew chief is going to have this conversation. This is going to be energy to any car that's still in the field undamaged, or one that can even be repaired, because anything is possible. You mentioned Bubba Wallace from earlier in the day, Adam, right? He had a wheel come off, drug around, was 2 laps down. If he can get those laps back, there's no other cars a lap down, right? So if he can get those laps back, he looked like he had winning speed. What a turnaround that would be.
The land of opportunity at Naval Base Coronado. Such a gorgeous part of the country. Great to be back in Southern California.
Red flag continues after another wall-moving crash in Turn 1 for the second consecutive day. Today in the NASCAR Cup Series Stage 2 with 9 laps to go. Cars collected involved, and that will likely be done for the day because of the crash. Austin Hill, Connor Zilich, Shane Van Gisbergen. With Connor Zilich kind of walking gingerly back to the ambulance outside of his race car. He did exit his car under his own power, but I'll have to wait on word to see if he is okay. Remember, he had some back problems last year when he had that slight fracture. I think it was a stress fracture in his back, and then obviously the collarbone injury as well. After the Watkins Glen celebration Returned to form immediately, though, after coming back from both of those injuries. Red flag has been lifted. We are back to caution. Good to see. This red flag was shorter than both of them yesterday. The first red flag in the O'Reilly race yesterday was about 20 minutes, but they had quite a few caution laps to try to repair the manhole cover that came loose, and then the wall had moved in turn one because of a crash in stage 3 in the O'Reilly race yesterday. That red flag lasted a good 40 plus minutes as well. Over 1 hour of red flag time total between the two red flags. That's not even counting all the caution laps. Ran prior to stage 1 as well. So over an hour and a half in, a couple laps shy of halfway. Again, red flag lifted, back to caution. Just hit other, or was it Blaney? Yeah, you can still vote for who you think is going to win the race in our chat poll. SVG involved in this accident. He's at 43% of the votes right now. And if you're able to change your votes, I would recommend doing so, because he is not going to be able to win. I don't think he's going to be able to even continue in this race. Michael McDowell was involved in that crash, had a spin. I'm not sure how much damage he has. He's got 2% of the votes, 25% for stage 1 winner Ryan Blaney, and 30% for somebody other than SVG, Blaney, or McDowell for the win.
Riley Herbst being scored as the race leader, snuck by the accident. Few drivers making pit stops. Let's hear from Shane Van Gisbergen. Here's Kim.
Yeah, Adam, out of the Care Center, one of the top contenders today. Shane, walk us through that most recent incident.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start and then kind of backed out of it to let it go. Obviously, didn't want to be 3 wide, and then, yeah, not good from there.
All right, that is Shane Van Gisbergen. We also have Connor Zillich, who has been released from the Care Center. Connor, are you okay? And give us your perspective on that incident.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was giving Austin space, and yeah, next thing I was in the wall. So really unfortunate. I hate to end both days for Shane and I in the Red Bull Chevrolets. We had a really fast car today, got out front, felt really good, but that's how it goes sometimes.
I know that's not the ending you wanted, but what did it feel like to lead the first career Cup Series laps?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed just getting to race out front and lead laps. We had a really fast car. Super proud of the entire team, but yeah, hate to end the day this short. It's been a big weekend for all of us at Red Bull and the energy station here, and just hate that both cars get taken out like that.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
Tough break for the duo from Trackhouse, combined to lead 15 laps before the incident. Now you look at the updated standings, and I'll tell you where I go is right down to Shane Van Gisbergen, 16th on the chase bubble. And you think about the ground they had made up at Charlotte with a good run, top 5 at Nashville, just went overachieving. Didn't have good runs at Michigan Pocono, but you were like, they're still above the line. We got 2 road course races coming. And today they exit not even scored stage points.
Yeah, they came in here assuming, we weren't just going to give Shane the win, but we expected him to get a top 5 and great results in the stages and everything. And now he's going to come out of here in a loss, which is nothing any of us thought would happen. So he goes into Sonoma with a lot to try to accomplish, to be able to give himself that shot to make the chase back when it's all said and done. And Eric Jones right there at 15. What a job they've done to be able to climb their way through the ranks over the last several weeks. It's just really been impressive. I think they've improved their finishing position at Legacy by 10 spots over the last handful of races from the start of the year. So it's been a tale of 2 seasons all in this first half of the year for Legacy. And it'll be interesting to see if they keep that momentum going.
I see Bubba Wallace up there too. And I'll just point this out. Back-to-back free passes for him. He is now back on the lead lap. Carson Hosevar has scored 10th prior to the choose. Here's 77 radio.
fictional bounty that I guess may have been put on SPG, but that was the way a lot of these guys felt like he was gonna, they were gonna be able to beat him. Is something would have to happen. Well, it's happened, and now the rest of this race is gonna be about who's gonna step up and how. I think it's gonna lead to more chaos, right? Because now all these guys are gonna start taking bigger chances, thinking this is a race I can actually win with SPG off the racetrack.
Well, look at the leader. Herbst leading, winless at the cup level. Larson, over a year winless, surprising for Kyle Larson. Suarez, unbelievable year, right? Has gone to victory lane. He's thinking, why not us? Zane Smith looking for his first career win. Joey Logano, while he's a multi-time champ, it has not been the 22's year. While a win isn't a guarantee in the chase as it was a year ago, all of those points, just everything, the pressure would be completely off. Times parts. I mean, the storylines are endless.
Check coming off his best run of the year in the top 10. How about 23-11? You're leading, you're 6th, you're 7th, and your 4th driver just got back-to-back free passes and is back on the lead lap, and we know how fast Wallace has been.
Lined up, ready to get another green flag here. NASCAR's done a good job with picking yellows, everything they can do to make these cautions shorter. Seems like we just had that accident. Now we're getting ready to go back green.
That's a Ryan Blaney boat.
Continue stage 2.
Blaney boat.
A lot of ways to see the race today.
Come on, number 12. First in charge.
Contact right there.
Now, 7 to go, stage 2.
That was odd. Green flag back in the air. There's a little bit of contact before the restart zone between Riley Herbst and Kyle Larson. Wonder if Larson was leaning on him, not giving him a lot of room. Larson did that on a front row restart earlier this season, too. I can't remember who it was. He was pinching off the bottom of the racetrack. I think it might have been in Texas, if I'm remembering correctly. But maybe again there, Riley's like, no, get off me. I'm not dealing with that. So Riley Herbst leads. He was involved in that crash, but I guess not enough damage to bring his car back to pit road. He's not going to be able to hold on to the lead, though. Zane Smith in the 38, who's had a summer of speed, or at least late spring of speed. Back-to-back DNFs for Smith coming into this race. Pocono, Michigan, he was running up in the top 5, top 10. Here today, now he is leading for the first time. Middle of stage 2, really back half of stage 2. So Smith out in front, Kyle Larson second, Riley Herbst falls to third on the restart, Joey Logano fourth, Corey Heim, part-time driver, rounding out the top 5 and fifth, Daniel Suarez in sixth, Tyler Reddick in seventh, eighth is Carson Hocevar, William Byron ninth, and Ryan Preece rounding out the top 10. One second advantage for Smith over Larson by the time Larson was able to make the pass on Riley Herbst. Great restart for Zane, considering he wasn't even on the front row, was able to get to the lead pretty quickly. Like Ryan Preece about clipped the inside wall. The corner he was trying to set up and maybe make a pass on Tyler Reddick for position, slowed him up, and Byron nearly was able to capitalize, definitely gained some ground on the 60. 3 cars running 8th, 9th, and 10th on the leaderboard.
St. Smith continues to lead. If I was Front Row Motorsports, I'd be printing an extension to try to get that guy locked into this team long term. He is helping this program get better and better every single week, making gains and racing up front.
His teammate right there, Todd Gillen, that bright green 34.
Todd's having a good weekend.
Yeah, good speed in practice, great speed in qualifying, running 17th at the moment.
Stage 1, finished 6th in that first run of the race.
AJ hard into the braking zone. Back into that 16 car sliding around. A little contact right there with Busher. Squeezes him a little bit on exit.
2 really good road racers.
Boy, AJ, man, he is a bulldog.
Yes, he is. And he hinted this week he'll be back driving full-time.
Like, what do y'all think?
He's like, you kidding me? Of course I am.
Contact there with 17. AJ accelerates away. For turn 5. Big bump right here, exiting turn 5. Drop down in a drainage trough that goes across the racetrack. Ready? Reddick almost lost the back. Oh man, we've seen so many cars spin and wreck doing that in the braking zone. He slides back of the car, gets it under control. Great job by the 7 of Suarez to anticipate that, right? Oh man, those guys are so close to running over each other. Look at Priest. I'm just going to take what I need here. I'm going to cross the racetrack.
I mean, you said Allmendinger's a bulldog. I think Priest,
Yeah,
same mentality, right?
same flip-flop for sure.
Modified guy, making it at NASCAR's top level.
We're right on board. Watch all this with Tyler. So he drives down in here, jumps, little bumps through the braking zone of 6, slides the back. Almost a crash. Great job by all these guys.
You talked about the cycle for Priest, Steve, where he is in regard to when they last pitted, leading that group, and by a long shot. Next guy on his strategy, pretty far back behind him. So he's got a lot of breathing room here to manage.
Yeah, we're closing in, only a few laps away from decision time for Zane Smith, Larson, Herbst, Logano, Heim. You know, your gut would say pit before the end of the stage, cycle yourself to the front through the pit cycle. We'll see what all the leaders do. And what does Priest do? We might see a little bit of a glimpse to his strategy. Does Priest think he can connect from lap 30 to the end of this race on only one more stop? Big time will tell. Probably about 2 or 3 laps from here, we're going to get all those answers from the leaders.
Zane Smith now leading laps for the 3rd time in the last 5 races. We expected it at Michigan, a couple of weeks ago. We knew he would perform it well and have speed there, and he did. He got stage points and had that tire issue. Didn't work out for him. Got spun out last week, but he's also doing it at tracks where he hasn't always enjoyed success. It speaks to what we were talking about, the value that he brings and the importance of locking him up a long time. Let's go down and get a word with Kim Coon.
Yeah, and Crew Chief Ryan Berginti had discussed with his team about flipping this stage. Right now, though, he's telling his spotter, look for wrecks, the opportunity to dive into pit road before a caution comes out if we see further incidents before they were willing to flip the stage, Trevor.
Yeah, Kim, over the last couple of years, I've had the pleasure of working closely with Corey Heim and his preparation for these races. And the thing that has stood out to me about Corey Heim is how analytical he is, how composed he is. You can see the maturity. This is his first start in a next-gen car at a road course running inside the top 5. But Corey's no stranger to road courses. He won all 4 of the road races in the Truck Series last season, guys.
He's another driver you're gonna, if you've never heard the name, you're gonna hear it a lot. At 23 years old, he's gonna be full-time next year in fast equipment. I'm not sure there's we expect him to kind of splash onto the scene and be competitive right away.
Could see some pit stops soon. Coming to 4 laps to go, stage 2. Zane Smith leads Larson, Herbst, Heim, and Logano.
Going to commercial break on Amazon Prime Video with 5 laps remaining in stage number 2. Zane Smith, the race leader. Kyle Larson in 2nd. Riley Herbst again in 3rd. Joey Logano 4th. Corey Heim rounds out the top 5 in 5th. 6th place is Carson Hocevar with Daniel Suarez in 7th. Ryan Preece 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And William Byron rounding out the top 10. Cole Custer at 11th. AJ Allmendinger 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Ryan Blaney 14th. 15th is Todd Gilliland. Ross Chastain 16th, John Hunter Nemechek 17th, Chase Briscoe 18th, Denny Hamlin 19th, and Austin Dillon in 20th. Kevin Magnussen 21st, Josh Berry 22nd, Noah Gragson 23rd, Alex Bowman 24th, and Chase Elliott 25th. Eric Jones in 26th, Austin Cindric 27th, 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski 29th, and Cody Ware 30th. 31st, Jimmy Johnson, Bubba Wallace 32nd, Ty Gibbs 33rd, Michael McDowell 34th, Ty Dillon 35th, and then 4 cars out of the race right now. Austin Hill 36th, Connor Zilch 37th, Shane Van Gisbergen 38th, all caught up in that last accident on a restart. And Christopher Bell out of the race today, actually got subbed in by Brent Cruz. Cruz was able to run about a dozen laps or so, and then looks like something of a transmission failure of some kind for them. Not sure if it was a transaxle break or a missed shift that might have caused the problem there for Cruz, the rookie, unfortunately. Again, those 2 done for the day. Bell will get the points because he started the race, and it will be only 1 point for finishing last. And no stage points, of course, for the 20 team as well. We'll be halfway through the race as soon as we get to the start-finish line this time by. We'll be on lap 38 of 75, and we'll be at 3 laps to go in stage number 1. Kyle Larson making a pass for the race lead on Zane Smith moments ago during the commercial break. And Tyler Reddick in the 45 has gone around for a spin on the racetrack, but we'll keep it going as the caution flag does not come out. And I think he's got a toe link break because that left rear did not look good on the 45 car. And he was struggling to get back going again. Still moving around at a decent pace right now. Maybe the toe link isn't broken. Could have made some quick back and forth movements behind the wheel and try to clean the tires off after he was out in the marbles from that spin. Pit road is open. We've got some of the leaders coming in.
Road is going to be busy
Zane
here.
Smith
Drivers
behind.
flip stage
In
2.
the
Zane
pits.
Smith among those coming in. Yeah.
That's right, Adam. We talked exactly about this move by crew chief Brian Bergizzi. Not a lot of feedback in terms of the car. Seems to be good for Zane. He did say the concrete is the toughest part for him on the racetrack. Trevor?
Yeah, 67 at Schoriheim hitting pit road as well. Getting some poor freshman gear to take advantage of. They're holding, though, on the right side as they're having issues. Now they're going to take off. I think he was waiting to get the 43 around him, maybe, and letting the crews come out.
Saw William Byron in, riding here with Tyler Reddick, who had spun around. Now he makes his pit stop as he comes to pit road. Here's the 45 going around. Boy, that was tight. And look who was the first car to dodge him. Denny Hamlin, the two that are 1-2 in the championship chase. He was ninth when he went around.
Just looks like he got loose right here. Oh, he feels it starting to slide. He tries to throttle up to try to save it.
Couldn't save it.
Briscoe was right behind him, but it looks like
Lost a
he's
lot of
out,
spots. He was running around 8th.
losing the rear grip of them tires. Any advantage that he might have had to be able to get some stage points or trying to hold serve on.
Now Noah
Hamlin.
Gregson in the 4
Lost that
car
here.
is around on the racetrack.
The 4 car spinning out.
And Gregson's got a lot of wall contact as the right side of his car is bashed in. He's going to have to limp it all the way back around to pit road. Cars are bypassed him towards the back of the pack on the racetrack. So Kyle Larson's the leader with 3 laps to go in the stage. Pit road will close when the race leader gets to the start-finish line, this time by looking at the track map and where Larson's at on the racetrack right now. He's only got a handful of corners left to get to the end of his lap. So he's getting close to the entrance of pit road. I would imagine Larson's going to be of the cars hitting the pits here. Zane Smith was in second, pitted. 4th place, Corey Heim came to pit road. And yes, Larson is in the pits. Larson comes in. I believe Riley Herbst stays out, which is going to force everybody else's hand to have to stay out behind Herbst. Herbst 2 seconds ahead of Ryan Preece going for the stage 2 win. Here's Larson in the pits.
Better throughout the day, and Cliff Daniels told us, he said, hey, listen, there will be those cars that will not pit, that pitted at lap 30. We're going to have to sit here and watch. And look who's on top of the 5 pit box. Patrick Mahomes hanging out with the 5 team today.
Larson.
That's interesting. Daniel Suarez, Ryan Blaney, I noticed in the top 10 were battling back and forth for positions. Blaney making the pass on Suarez for 6th. In the final laps of the stage, points on the line for the top 10 positions. Reddick, Hamlin having their issues today. Blaney already winning stage 1 and trying to go for a handful of more stage points in stage 2. Riley Herbst now only 1 second ahead of Preece. Preece is closing in on him pretty quick. And he might have a shot to beat this 35 car for the stage win. Herbst has some damage from that last incident as well that could be hindering his speed. Last lap, Preece was about 0.4 of a second faster, but I think this lap he's going to be even more faster than Riley Herbst than the lap before that. Carson Hocevar 3.5 seconds back. Now Preece within a half a second. Herbst is giving up a ton of time right now. Preece now in the draft down a longer straightaway. Trying to keep some of that speed up. Precious gets his car angled so much better through the S's. Dive bomb on the inside. Clears Riley Herbst before even having to hit the first turn to make the chicane. Now gassing it up to turn 16 and back to the start-finish line. Ryan Preece in the lead here in San Diego. Another pass, it looks like, for position inside the top 10. Chris Buescher getting by Carson Hocevar for 4th. Right around turn 1. Ryan Blaney getting another spot on Hocevar as well. It's 2 Spire cars in his rearview mirror, and Buescher obviously right there for the taking in front of him if he can get by in the next 3 miles or so. Preece, after passing Herbst, pulling away. Herbst has quite the gap back to AJ Allmendinger in 3rd, so he should hold on for 2nd. So how about Ryan Preece coming into this race right around that chase bubble? Had that 25-point penalty back at Texas. And Preece has really been falling back, and really much of RFK Racing between the 6 and the 60 teams together have been falling back in points. Preece sits 19th coming into the day. So probably not a big shocker. He's staying out trying to get these points. Can get 10 of them right here. Shane Van Gisbergen, one of the drivers just above the cut line coming in. One of the drivers out. And that's huge when you consider he was probably going to be one of the drivers going for the win in this race. Big pack of cars just outside the top 10. Many of those that have already hit pit road trying to fight for track position. Just to restart ahead of the others that they are racing around because they are likely to stay out of the pits during the next stage break. Ryan Preece working his way back through the chicane for the final time in stage 2. And coming down to turn 16, green, white, checkered flag in the air. Preece, the stage 2 winner here in San Diego. Solid victory there for him. 10 points to go along with it. Riley Herbst finishes 2nd. AJ Allmendinger 3rd. Carson Hocevar not in 4th. We got to wait for our leaderboard to update. Buescher actually caught past Allmendinger in the final couple of corners for 3rd. Let me refresh the running order there. There we go. Okay, so Ryan Preece, stage 2 winner. Riley Herbst 2nd. Chris Buescher 3rd. AJ Allmendinger 4th. And Ryan Blaney in 5th. Carson Hocevar 6th. Daniel Suarez 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Todd Gillen 9th. And Joey Logano gets the final stage point in 10th. 5th caution of the day. This is our first caution not for incident. Stage 1 ended under yellow. We had 2 cautions, both at stage 1 and stage 2. Just hit the 2-hour mark in today's race. That's not counting the roughly 20-minute red flag for track repair in turn 1 with the outside wall getting pushed back just a bit. 12 lead changes, 6 cautions, 4 cars out of the race, and we currently still have 34 on the lead lap. We might have a 5th car out if Gregson cannot continue following his crash that did not result in a caution late in the stage. Yeah, so here we go. Ryan Preece, Riley Herbst, Chris Buescher, AJ Allmendinger, top 4. A lot of those leaders more than likely going to be coming onto pit road. Surrendered track position to those who pitted before the end of the last stage. Still can't make it on fuel to the end from here. As we begin stage 3, everybody will have to pit for fuel and tire purposes at least one time. And they're going to be pretty darn close to 2 full fuel runs. So tire management is going to be huge here. When we expected Shane Van Gisbergen to still be in the race, this is where we were expecting him to dominate, was in the tire management side of things in stage 3 when the runs would be the longest if we don't get any cautions. But he's not in the race anymore. He was involved in that last crash. So Priest maybe trying to capitalize on this. Ryan Priest has been very fast all day today. Remember, he was of the few cars that passed Shane Van Gisbergen outright in stage 1. Got passed back by him at some point a little bit later in the run before green flag pit stops, but he still went out there past one of the more unpassable drivers on this style of racetrack. Only other drivers that were able to do so were Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney, and Wallace had a right front tire come off of his race car as well, with green flag stops towards the end of stage 1, which have really taken him out of contention. He's got a lot of damage to the underbody of his car, dragging those parts and pieces around for a half a lap, so he's still back in 23rd. Made up some spots, outlasting others that have DNF'd, passing a few more on track, but just not going to have that speed going forward with all the damage that had occurred.
Marines.com. Explore thousands of open roles building the U.S. Navy's submarines. 2 stages down, Naval Base Coronado. Ryan Priest wins the second stint of the race. Herbst enjoying a good day. From RFK in the top 3. Blaney, a nice outing. Getting a bunch of stage points. Had a stage victory earlier.
This will be another intersection of the road. Priest, Busher, Allmendinger, Blaney. I skipped Herbst because I'm confident he needs to pit. So doesn't Hocevar and Suarez. But who else thinks they need to jump to the other strategy? Unfortunately, switching at this point is going to put you behind 8 or 10 cars that pitted under green. And with only 35 laps to go in the race, nobody can make it from here to the finish. I know we've talked a lot about tires. Let's talk about fuel. You can run 22, 23-ish laps on fuel is what we expect. I don't think we completely know. There we go, Herbst. There you go. Allmendinger is a little bit of a surprise. He was one of those last 30 cars, so they feel that the best strategy is to get some new tires here. Trevor, some cars coming in front of you.
Riley Herbst there coming down pit road. He is the only car that has 2 sets laying in the pit still. Steve, I know you like that. He's coming down, going to get 4 tires now and get some adjustments on this 35. Pretty happy with his car so far, though, Marty.
Carson Hocevar, middle of your screen, said the track certainly changing quite a bit there in stage 2. He said, I felt like I heard the rear maybe more than I did earlier in the race on that run. Meanwhile, Daniel Suarez on, they're trying to this damage, but that damage, Steve, has also caused a little bit of an engine issue for Daniel Suarez, which they have told him you cannot fix it here. You'll just have to finish out the race with it.
I'm assuming, when that dislodge, remember, these engines are fueled by the air that comes in the nose and ducted up, so maybe something else is broken loose in there, starving the engine a little bit of that fresh air.
The game of leapfrog continues. 23 drivers stay out. So you pit here, you lose some track position, but maybe open some doors down the road. Priest will take over the race lead. Let's go down to Danielle.
23
Here on the
drivers
flight
stayed
deck,
out of the
Adam
pits.
of the USS Carl Vincent, Danielle Trotta, Corey LaJoy, the F-18 behind us. It was Ryan Priest with the fighting power to win stage 2. He stays out, so he'll inherit the lead. And Corey, I feel like it's a whole new ball game. Now that SVG unfortunately wrecked out, we saw there a little while ago. So who do you like as we enter the final stage?
Well, now the rabbit's not out front for everybody to chase anymore. Who are you pacing your tires off of? It looks like RFK, they had the work done, but the hay was in the barn by the time I got here because clearly the 60 and the 17 are strong. It looks like the 17 is good, but I got to give a little bit of a look over to Edge Allmendinger because when he sniffs the front in the road courses, he usually can take control, so it's nice to see him up front. I just can't believe we're standing here from this F-18 on this ship. It's so cool, all the history of the ships have been involved with. They launched this thing, Danielle, from here and off the runway. It's only like 100 feet. It's bizarre.
0 to 150 miles per hour in 2 seconds. I just want to throw this out there, Adam. Blaney wins stage 1. Priest wins stage 2. Ford is starting to become a story. We haven't seen them win a Cup Series race. You got to go all the way back 13 races ago to Phoenix with Blaney. We'll see what happens here on the way out.
It's just exactly what we all expected, Danielle, right? I mean, this is how we drew it up. We knew it would be Blaney and Priest at the front. A little bit unpredictable here today. And with Shane, where we go from here. Now we head over to pit road to see who is racing with optimism for our San Diego race spotlight. Kim?
Well, Adam, it's been amazing to meet the military personnel this weekend, from sailors to members of the elite SEAL teams. But we've got a former SEAL on pit road every week, Damian Jackson, Jackman for Riley Herbst. After 6 years spent in the Navy, Jackson was a walk-on for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Then he dipped his toe into pro football in that world for a bit, then decided to try his hand at NASCAR, despite it being a very foreign sport to him. And he took a calculated approach to learning the sport and studying it, his work ethic shaped by his time spent as a Navy SEAL. And pit crew coach John Carvin saying, you can't be around him and not raise your game. You have to, in order to keep up with what he is, what he does. The level of excellence is so high with him.
Yeah, it's amazing. Pit road, the transition of it's been coming for decades, but in the last handful of years, now it's visual. You know, the crew member, you don't need them in fire suits. When they get off their planes, you can, mechanic, pit crew member. I mean, these guys are obvious. They are tremendous athletes. They're just their physical stature. Look at that gentleman right there. There's just no way that guy would stand out in a crowd. Speaking of a crowd, look at the group we have up here on deck.
Let's get a quick pit road sweep before we go green final stage. Start with Marty Snyder.
Boy, Adam, you called it a critical 19 stage points for Ryan Priest and Derek Finley, his crew chief. Checked in with both of those RFK cars, running 1-2 right now, and they do. Steve kind of surmised it, Trevor. They do think they can connect when they stopped at lap 30 to the one more stop to the end of the race. So they want to make that with like 23 to go if they can. Not sure they can stretch it, but they can pick from 25 to go and make it to the end, they think.
Marty, one of those
That's
cars
a
that
lot
was
of
challenging
laps.
SVG early on and went up and took the lead, set the pace, was Ryan Blaney in that 12 Ford. He was super strong, disappeared for a little while on differing strategy from others, but now he finds his way back to the front. Now that those Trackhouse, Red Bull, Chevrolets are out of this race, if you're looking for a favorite, Ryan Blaney might be a good one.
I want to talk about RFK and Penske, a tale of two teams in the Ford camp. The Ford struggled this year. RFK, though, they're plus 177 in laps led this year, a bit of an uptick over last year. Team Penske down 450 laps comparable to last year in laps led. And we've wondered, we talked about the Toyotas having the advantage and the Chevrolets catching them. We haven't talked about the Fords. We haven't had much to say about the Fords. But today they're poised to come away with a victory in a big, huge event.
Not only that, but the top four in the running order for this next restart, all Fords across 3 different teams. RFK on the front row, then you got a Penske Ford and a front row Motorsport Ford in row number 2. Chase Briscoe, highest running Toyota, will restart 5th, and Austin Dillon in 6th place, despite a spin earlier for Chevrolet. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Lap number 43 as we begin stage 3 in San Diego. Ryan Priest, the Stage 2 winner, and the driver scored the most stage points of any today, 19, leads the way through Turn 1 and downhill into Turn 2, holding the inside line into that left-hand corner. Chris Buescher trying to really widen his arc out, despite a car to the inside and a spin. The back half of the field gets straightened back out by somebody who had sideswiped that spinning race car. Tough to tell who the two collected were. Josh Berry in the 21 was a car that spun. He got hit across the front nose of his race car before straightening back out again. And not sure who hit him exactly. Have to wait and see a replay to maybe who had contacted Josh Berry, but Berry's got quite a bit of damage in that 21 car. Ryan Blaney making a pass for third, or at least attempting to do so. And Todd Gilliland, a little bit of contact getting down to the braking zone. Bit of a wheel hop maybe for the 12 car as he had smoked the tires trying to make that aggressive maneuver. Slowed Gilliland down so much that Chase Briscoe will now move into 4th place as well. All right, Gilliland on my fantasy team having that struggle off the initial start, losing all those positions. I'm not as scared anymore now that he's up in the top 5. He's going to end up outpointing Connor Zilic and SVG on my team, so there's that. I moved SVG to the garage. He didn't get any stage points. Connor Zilic did. As I refresh my team here, yeah, Zilic did get 1 more point than SVG because of that today. Daniel Suarez had some stage points, but now he's got some engine problems. Michael McDowell had no stage points today and really hasn't been a factor in this one much since running top 5 very early in stage 1. That's really the only time we've seen him in contention. I guess never out of it. Once we get into that final run of the race and everybody has made their final pit stop, it's going to become more clear when you're in those top couple positions who's going to be the ones competing for the win. Most of the strategy set forward now where everybody's going to have to pit one more time the rest of the way. With the differentiating laps and tires, if we catch a caution maybe in the middle of green flag pit stops or the cycle hasn't gone all the way through yet, could determine the only other strategy really going forward from here. But for fuel purposes and tire purposes, one more stop will make it to the end. Caution flag is out for the 6th time today. I think there's debris on the racetrack after the 21 of Barry had drove away from the turn 2 spin he had. He had quite a bit of damage. I wouldn't be shocked if that's the reason for the caution. So we got one green flag lap into stage 3 and then another yellow. Chris Buescher, the race leader, under caution with Ryan Preece second, Ryan Blaney third, Todd Gillen fourth, Chase Briscoe in fifth. Kyle Larson sixth, Zane Smith seventh, William Byron in eighth, Corey Heim ninth, and Austin Dillon round out the top 10. Yeah, there's that small, very minute piece of debris, but it would be enough to cut a tire. I'm pretty sure I saw some parts and pieces falling off the 21 car. NASCAR was just trying to keep it green as long as they could until the leaders got close enough back to that area of the track again before the caution came out. NASCAR's trying to shorten this race up by as much as they can. From the race control side of things, keeping it green for the longest possible time. Had quite a few yellows across all 3 series this weekend. It's been a very challenging layout for these drivers. Utter chaos all the way around, and we've seen our fair share of that here today as well. Dreamer, Chris Davis, welcome to the stream. Stuart Gilbert, welcome in. Who's in the lead right now? It's Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher is in the lead. Top 4 on the restart that were all Ford still remain in the top 4. Only difference is instead of Preece in the lead, it's Buescher and Blaney moved up to third, passing Gillen. Larson now the highest running Chevy on the restart in 6th place. Briscoe still in 5th. As Austin Dillon lost 3 spots on the restart, falling from 6th to 9th. 13 lead changes, 2 hours, 15 minutes of running time in the race today, not counting the roughly 20 minutes of red flag back in stage 2. And despite the fact that this is our 6th caution of the race now, we've only had 7 full caution laps. A lot of quickie yellows for NASCAR to get the race back under green. I'd say they've done a much better job of that today than what they have in the truck in the O'Reilly races by way of how many caution laps they're running with incidents. Very quick cleanup. I mean, even after that red flag earlier, they opened up pit road that time by. Cars were parked on the back stretch away from pit road. And then they went green that next lap. Waiting to get this next restart in. The Anduril 250 in San Diego. We'll take a break while we're waiting the next restart. You're listening live again on KRC to full flag-to-flag coverage. Hurricane Jose Bar. That is a funny spell check. That's a good one. I haven't seen a spell check flub like that in a minute. Jose Bar. Jose Bar. Local tow truck sponsor needs to sponsor a race next year. Hey, maybe. They got the money and the funds to do it. Couple cars on pit road with the caution coming out, 1 lap into the restart. Brad Keselowski in the pits for an extended period of time. Hood is up on that race car, so Drew is going to work and checking something there. Well, the 2 RFK Fords that are on the front row, Keselowski the missing piece. More issues for that team. A landslide in the point standings over the last several weeks for Brad Keselowski, and as they come into this race, they were actually the first driver below the chase cut line in points. Was only 4 points out on both Cindric and Jones, who are also not having great runs today. But Keselowski not really able to capitalize off of it. Ryan Preece, on the other hand, who came in 19th in points with those 19 stage points, if he can get even a top 5 and not a race win out of this, he is going to put himself in a very, very good spot. Really, what is 4 drivers ahead of him struggling today? 5. With Bubba Wallace having his issues with the tire coming off, SVG out of the race. Jones, Cindric have been outside the top 20 the whole day. Keselowski now with his problems in the pits and wasn't having a good day before that. Joey Logano's been in the top 10 at times, but he didn't really capitalize by scoring a lot of stage points so far. So he's really banking on a good finish. Come back from commercial in the next restart. I'll let you guys listen into the Prime Video coverage. Again, on the call, Adam Alexander, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Steve Letarte. Final race on Prime Video this season. Though those will be the trio in the broadcast booth for the 5 TNT races to follow as we get into the summer stretch. Beginning next weekend at Sonoma for the final road course race of 2026.
Time now for All Day Value presented by...
Yeah, the restarts down into turn 2 are the IHOP all-day value, and well, they literally hop off the ground, Steve. They come down the hill, but this is just going to be more and more difficult for a driver to defend. It's such a wide racetrack, and it funnels into that turn 2 back straightaway, and we're just going to see more and more contact, more risks taken down into this turn in the braking zone.
Yeah, and the concessions are going to go away. And what Larson did that last time, I pointed out a couple times, but if you look at the left-hand side right here, that blue hooded car, he's pointing way out to the right. He knows that as these guys kind of checked up and stumbled, if he can work, because now the problem is that tire barrier right there. You can get that outside sweeping into the corner, but if enough guys get to your left, there's just no room. Here we go.
RFK front row restart last time. We're doing it again. Busher gets away at the front this time.
Not a great start for Preece. Spun the tires a little bit, trying to get launched. Trying to make up for it down here in turn 1, but looks like the 12 of Blaney's going to be able to take away that second spot.
Right on cue. Coming over turn 2. Blaney gets there. Briscoe looking as well. They'll right off Larson back there racing with Zane Smith.
The 9-1 around Magnuson.
Had an impressive weekend. Really doing a good job in his Cup debut.
Yeah, it's been super clean without a replay needed. I'm going to say there was contact because they're all banging into each other.
And he was 14th. I mean, we talk about the day he's had, the weekend he's had, in a good running position there when it got away from him.
Briscoe up to 3rd. Look at that 19th car. Hadn't been there all day long, Steve. And now the 5 of Larson slides into 4th.
Yeah, we talk so much about SVG and its battle to make the chase and what this race could mean. How about for Briscoe? As now he's under attack from Larson.
He's going to battle, though, put Larson on the outside of turn 7. acceleration toward turn 8. Looks like Larson's got a nose out in front. This will be a tough one on the outside. It's going to be him to do it. He's got to run wide, try to be in the right position to 9. The 19's got to hold him down here. Will he have to let him go? He'll have to let him go, and Zane Smith's going to think about it.
Hey, Anduril onboard camera. Let's talk William Byron. He's been impressive today. Couple of road course wins on his resume. Is Zane Smith out of line?
Side by side through here is tough.
Woo! Turn 12, 12 feet. Look out.
And a dive bomb by the 24. Briscoe's like, enough. Lost too many spots. I got to stop this. Everything we saw for the first 10 laps of the race is out the window. All of that, you go, no, I go, save some tires. It has moved into full contact NASCAR here with 30 to go.
So we are learning just how racy this course is. It is so fun.
Denny Hamlin into the top 10. He says it's time to turn it on.
But 2 of those 3 wins he had, he came from the back. So he's kind of a final stage guy, right?
I know one thing. If Denny Hamlin wins, we're going to have to replay last week when he told us he was not going to come to the Amazon stage anymore because you're not going to see him in San Diego.
Yeah.
Even he's going to be shocked.
Alex Bowman running 12, going on a street course. Austin Dillon hanging in the game, racing with Michael McDowell in the 71.
Gibbs, I thought this car was going to be out. He was pretty heavily involved in that front stretch accident. But here he is, battling his way back up through. Up to 15th.
And we've said it so many times. Don't write drivers off.
Did he look into the inside here? Not going to make the pass. Priest is falling back to 9th after having a lot of pace early in the race. Denny back to the inside here. It's something wrong with the 60 car, just not able to really get down the straightaway for whatever reason. You got to remember that 60 car has older tires than all of these guys. They've been in a lap 30. These guys came a few laps later, Dale. I just wonder if those rear tires, he has to be more patient on the throttle. He's under attack, being the last car on tires. Oh yeah, rear on. There you go. Just a tire situation. So if I'm hearing that, what do I do different? How do I give my driver an advantage?
And if you look at our pylon, top 8 drivers, only one of them has been to victory lane. It's this guy, Ryan Blaney. Everybody else chasing that first checkered flag of 2026.
I'm here for this duel right here between Busher and Blaney. Blaney's had a lot of speed right out of the gate, took the lead of the race, drove away, didn't care about tire wear, none of that stuff. His demeanor just fits this track too. That cool, I'm just going to roll with the punches, make it happen. But when it's time to get aggressive, he'll fight. He'll get aggressive. And Busher's a fighter too, man. He's been backwards today. Spun around by SVG earlier. One of the better drivers on the road courses. It's great results. Blaney's won at the Roval just over the last handful of next-gen races. This 12 team just hasn't had the pace or the results to match what he was able to do in previous years. So he showed up today, though.
It's about William Byron making a pit stop, Kim.
Yeah, he actually hit the wall and may have broken something, so that is why he is on pit road. This is obviously not a scheduled stop. The team checking it right now to see what exactly the issue is.
And here comes Ryan Blaney. As Byron gets his service, Blaney looking for the race lead. This is turn 4 over to turn 5. 12 on point, and now we've got an issue. Eric Jones, Austin Dillon.
Yeah, that's down into turn 2. The first left-hander, same place we've seen the stack-ups in the restart. That Byron accident or contact with the wall just brings me back to what yesterday's winner said. He said he drove 90%, 85%. He had to. There was no room for error all day. Just wonder, Byron, level-headed guy, but it's time to get that last 5%. It's time to finally push your car. I think we're going to see more mistakes out of these drivers.
I just feel bad because you gave me credit for the Zane Smith spin at Pocono when he was racing with Denny Hamlin. We were celebrating him. We celebrate William Byron, and now he sits idle on the pit lane.
Busher a little wide right there on the exit of 8.
Boy, Larson's
struggling.
right in the game.
Yeah, he's struggling trying to keep Larson behind him. He's ready to go.
How hungry is he?
That 17 car just sliding the rear tires. Doesn't have a whole lot of grip here. Here goes Larson with a dive bomb to the inside. Buscher's going to have to, a little contact right there, but Buscher's going to have to give it up. I love that turn 12 pass. The line takes you to the right, and you just drive straight to the apex of the corner.
Inside of 30 laps to go. Blaney leads Larson, Buscher, saves fifth, and Corey Heim the top five.
All right, Ryan Blaney into the race lead over Kyle Larson with Chris Buscher in third. Fourth place position is Zane Smith. Corey Heim rounding out the top five in fifth. Working our way to 27 laps to go here in Naval Base Coronado. With Shane Van Gisbergen out of the race, obviously the biggest story of the day was that crash taking both he and Connor Zilchow. Now we got problems. Is that Brad Keselowski? Yeah, it's an RFK for the left front tires about to come off on the 6 car of Brad Keselowski. He's trying to get back to the pits. He's only got about 2 more turns to go. Will that tire hold on? Gets off to the side, gets into the pit lane, and I believe he's going to be able to get to his box, which is towards the entrance of pit road, and he does. So no caution. We stay green and more problems for Keselowski after being under the hood of his race car in his last pit stop, Now having problems here. He was still on the lead lap in 28th place, but I don't know if that's going to be the case anymore. Chase Elliott going around for a spin. Out of the first of 2 chicanes on the race course. And now more contact around Stenhouse and where that spin from Elliott took place as well. It has been a rough day for Chase Elliott today. I mean, even though he hasn't won a next-gen road course race and all of his road course wins came in the Gen 6 car, he's still a consistent top 10 threat, but he has been around 30th place most of this race. And that's not something we see at any track for Chase Elliott, but I wouldn't have expected it here. I mean, really, when you're in that, high of a caliber of race car and the success that Chase Elliott has had, even this season, having a couple wins already, you don't expect him to run in 30th on any given weekend as it is, but not great here. Another battle for the lead. Kyle Larson underneath of Ryan Blaney blows past him into the bus stop, carrying so much more braking and later braking at that. I do believe Larson's got some slightly fresher tires to the Fords that restarted in front of him. But Larson to the lead as he tries to still go for that first win of 2026. Larson, a California native, one of the handful in the field today, trying to win at what would be a home racetrack for him. "26 laps still to go."
Corey Heim showing some good speed here. All the 2311 cars just look fantastic today.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about young drivers, and we've said it a lot, but Zane Smith and Corey Heim, good gracious, they've been outstanding today.
Kosovar still in the thick of it there in 6th.
Yeah, I mean, you celebrate young drivers, you put him on the list.
And the 9 car, Chase Elliott gets spun out off the nose of the 2 of Cindric. That's into turn 12.
That was a wicked spin to not hit anything.
The 9 car. And Brad Keselowski trying to get through. And, yeah, that's going to cause Brad to have a flat tire, and he comes to pit road to make that repair.
26 laps to go.
Hey, don't look now. Adam, you said to never count anybody out. Bubba Wallace up to 13th. You mentioned 2311, so that's the recovery. 23 car at. I know he had a little bit of a rough start with that wheel coming off. 2 laps back, and he has driven his way. Last lap, around 5th fastest car on the racetrack as he's making passes. That's 23 car is putting in work. How far up can you get? 26 laps to go.
Well, you look at the Chase bubble. Think about the disappointment of last week. Pocono. V13 plus 62, creating insurance and building confidence with this style of racing, knowing what we're going to do next week. Really good comeback by he in this race team.
Quite make that out. I think it was pitting. Had a lot of cars
what I
racing
thought
over
right
here.
here.
So here you go, 25 to go. They must think they can make it from here on fuel. Bubba Wallace stays on the racetrack. I understand the theory here that you want to be the first car to pit in case Santosh comes out, but Trevor, my concern is I'm not sure the rear tires can make it 25 under green.
Yeah, I think that is the concern, Steve, as they called the 19th to pit road here to make his final stop. He's been very quiet on the radio, though. Earlier in the day, he did talk about that rear grip. You mentioned 34 of Todd Gilliland also had a decent day here. Was inside the top 10 earlier. Has had a lot of success on this road course, but right now they're having issues on the left side of this stuff that's really going to hurt their time on pit road, Steve.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the 34 who was doing such a nice job. He had to come around the 19, and he's just a little too long. Great work by that front tire changer. If he takes that lug nut off, that is a penalty. Penalty. So he knows it's his job. He looked left. The splitter was moving the line, waving his left hand, set the car down. It was a mistake, but don't compound it with a bigger issue.
Well, there's no way anybody else can see that. So he sees it, he calls everybody off, and as you said, you minimize the damage.
And to defend Todd a little bit, coming around a car, once again, backwards, driver on the left. So he's trying to judge where that right front fender is. Normally, it's the left front fender, and they can get very close to the car that's coming around. Todd being a little too cautious, and for that reason, getting long disc balls.
Pressure's back on track. Gilliland getting after it.
Battle for second right here with Zane Smith closing the gap on Blaney. Blaney kind of ginger around these corners now. Looks like the tires are slipping away on this 2 car or the 12 car. That's what I mean by kicking right now. There's only 8 laps difference between Blaney and Larson. And Larson has driven out to nearly a 4-second lead. Tires matter. And you said it earlier, applaud Goodyear. We want tires to matter. Well, I don't think it's as easy to just pit as soon as you can make it on fuel. Zane's got to come to pit road here. Allow Corey Heim to sit here and try to chase down this 12.
Scheduled green flag pit stops. This one coming 20 to go. Zay Smith in front of you, Kim.
Yeah, Ryan Bergenci, the rookie, that's a little bit outside his comfort zone in terms of the window, but they noted that the 6th, Brad Keselowski, is stalled on pit road, anticipating possibly a caution coming out because of that. But did say the car was great except for on the concrete portion. Smarty.
Kim, to Steve's point, the strategy worked for the RFK cars to connect it to that one final stop. This is that stop, and man, tire just way too important. Busher lost all rear grip. He was able to hang in the top 5, but his teammate Ryan Priest dropped outside of the top 20 after leading just a few moments ago, struggling with that rear grip. So Steve, you're exactly right. Tires matter here at San Diego today.
I mean, Steve, the one thing, if you're Priest, it doesn't work out for you here, you lose some ground in this cycle, but you get all those stage points, which is a great thing for this group.
On the leaderboard, Larson up to a 5-second lead. That's allowing him taking the pressure off. Like, use these tires while you have them, gap that, and he's running a second faster, basically, than everyone in the field right now. He's 1 second faster than the cars behind him.
And just think about the options that then creates on the pit box for Cliff Daniels, right? Because you have that lead, you can watch how everybody else manages it, and then you can kind of pick your time to come down and get your final stop.
Yeah, I was a much better strategist with a fast one.
I will say, though, I talked to Cliff Daniels last weekend at Pocono. I know you did as well, Dale. They feel like their arms are continually just getting around him more and more. And you see it in the results. Haven't won, but the stage performance is there. The overall performance is there. And we are seeing what how productive they have been. It's been a while since they've won 40 races. But he has a championship in his pocket from a year ago. They're in position to go out and get it done this year when you look at the standings overall. And now in a very good spot to go out and get a win here today.
Well, they've been trying to dial in the new Chevrolet body at all mile-and-a-half racetracks and all the ovals, and they have made some gains there, but they come to a racetrack where that's not quite as critical. And he's told us that they just got to execute, got to get everything right. That's what Reddick did at the start of the year. That's what the 11 of Denny Hamlin and his team have been able to do over the last several weeks, is just execute perfectly with fast race cars. 5 team trying to do that today. So far, so good. And the pace in this car right now, like to your point, Steve, is really going to assist them in their strategy going forward.
Yeah, so you lose about 35 seconds coming in and getting 4 tires. So when you look at Larson extending that lead, he's going to rejoin the racetrack in like 15, right? So, I mean, this time that any of these guys are running right now, if this continues to run green, they're not going to get this back. They're stretching it out where they need to be. Marty, what are you hearing from Kyle Larson in 5 cars?
Not a word about from Cliff Daniels as the crew is ready if they do need him to come down pit road. But the juniors want not only learning this Chevy body, but as Kyle Larson told me earlier this week, we have struggled with this brand new tire the last couple of years at road courses. Remember how good they've been the last few years, Junior, at road courses. But when this new tire came in the game, they struggled at Hendrick Motorsports with the 5 car. But I tell you what, they have got the puzzle solved so far today at San Diego. That lead now of over 5 seconds for Kyle Larson, almost 6 seconds for Larson. One more shot to come for this 5E.
Well, this is when strategy works the best, because you would think cars like Zane Smith, who came early, would be making up time on Larson. That is not the case. Larson is the fastest car on the racetrack a lot of the time, even on older tires.
Zane Smith is the best of that group that pitted north of lap 50. Came lap 51. He's rejoined the pack now riding 17th. Just for perspective, as you start to think about where everybody fits into the equation, and we start discussing when that 5 car of Kyle Larson could make his final pit stop of the day.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the math, right? He's got 14 on these tires, 23 to go. I'd run 3 more laps probably from the 5 car. That still gives me 20 to go. If the caution comes out, I lose some track position, but I have fresher tires. I'll run those guys back down. He's done it already once. 24 mentioned some contact with the wall running 5th. Let's take a look, Dale. It's turn 6. Yeah.
Oh, man. I think we saw SVG or someone do that in practice or qualifying. And that's exactly how we had that nasty crash yesterday in the O'Reilly race with Sam Mayer making contact with the apex of the corner. It's so easy to do. But it's a driver mistake, and you hate, you feel terrible making such a simple mistake, having to sit here and lose all these laps.
Look at that chase bubble. Byron, still in a good spot when you look at his advantage over the cut line. Behind him, though, it is very tight from 15th down to 19th. Just really, really snug with what will be 9 races to go to the chase after today.
We have quite the summer coming.
Big time.
I mean, this summer we're gonna head north, run Sonoma. That'll be the last road course of the season. And then when you just look at, we got some throwbacks. We got Chicagoland out there. Wilkesboro's out there.
Races in the draft. I mean, Atlanta, Echo Park Speedway, Daytona. There's a whole lot going on between now and running for a championship. Oh my!
When we were on board with the 54, and I thought he was making some ground. I knew he had some damage. I didn't realize it was that much damage. I mean, the right front tire is going to be chilly. Look at that thing. A whole fender missing for the right front of Ty Gibbs. As we see the 16 coming. Spy and AJ sliding through. I mean, Gibbs is running 9th.
Next car behind Gibbs is Denny Hamlin, Riley Herbst in the 35.
All these guys in the top 10. Gonna have to make another pit stop here.
Look at this. I love it.
Ducks hanging.
I kind of love it.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Sometimes, when you have air on the tires, it keeps the temperature out of the tire, and the tire will perform better. It kind of balances out whatever aero disadvantage you may have.
And there is something about, we talk about how great this event is, but racing, not NASCAR, racing around the world has become an aerodynamic battle. From the sprint cars on dirt to Formula One, it doesn't matter. You can't put Pandora's box back together. We unload at the streets here in Coronado, and I would tell you by the looks of that 54, we at least have an event or a track that aero can be overcome on mechanical grip, and it's refreshing to watch. Trevor, the 12 of Blaney on pit road.
That was the longest run on tires yet for the 12 of Brian Blaney, being 24 laps. Before that, 10 laps was the longest. By the end of that run, he had a lot of fall up on lap time with the lead to over 13 seconds behind leader Kyle Larson. We're going to give him 4 good years forward and see if he can go get some of that time back here.
Slower stop on the 12. Kyle Larson has extended it out to what was nearly a 6-second lead that is now down to 4.6 seconds. Corey Heim, part-time this year, full-time next year for 2311. That 67 car is just putting some laps together. Very similar tires to Larson. He's still kind of outside of contact, but look, I mean, it's down to 4.4 seconds. I mean, that's a big chunk. That's a second, Trevor, that the 67 has run Larson down from.
This is right in Corey's wheelhouse, Steve. He is so good at tire management. If you look at the 12 wins in the Truck Series he had last year, it was mostly done late in the run where he had managed the tire. He has a feel for it. He can tell when that tire is slipping, and that is exactly what's giving him that success so far today, Marty.
Trevor, still no movement in the 5 camp to get ready for a pit stop for Kyle Larson. And Steve mentioned it, that lead is shrinking just a little bit for Larson. But look who's in third, Carson Hocevar, who said earlier in the week, listen, I've sent my team the wrong direction at road courses. Started the weekend with his teammate Michael McDowell, set up, kind of migrated from there, but the best speed junior we've ever seen at a road course from Carson Hocevar. And he too, bit of a tire advantage. He leading that group who last pitted at lap 41.
Spent a ton of time on the iRacing simulator all week working with Shane Van Gisbergen, and it's paid off. 77, and think about the patience that we've seen this man try to develop. The mistakes that he's made over the years, over the last several years behind the wheel of his car, trying to develop himself into the full race car driver he could become. And you got to be great on the road courses. This is the toughest test for all these drivers, and he's performing.
20 laps to go at Naval Base Coronado. That's the length of the opening stage. Kyle Larson, the reigning champion charge, looking for his first victory of the campaign. Great effort for Corey Heim in second. Hocevar, Reddick, Chastain, Wallace up there as well. Kim?
Yeah, 54 of Ty Gibbs on the pit lane. Not really a lot of feedback on that car, despite it being damaged. Said feels pretty good. They took 4 fresh tires.
We'll see if any of these cars humming kind of entices the 5 to come to pit road. Remember, all these cars that have pitted under green, or at least the majority of, you would imagine would not pit. If the caution comes out, Larson would have to come, and it would be a cycle back situation.
We'll take a break, anticipating more pit stops. And as we step aside with 20 laps to go, we say Happy Father's Day to all those watching here this afternoon.
All right, Kyle Larson, race leader by about 4.3 seconds, at least as of the last time they crossed the start-finish line over Corey Heim at P2. A lot of these drivers at the front of the field still have to pit one more time yet. But of the very front runners like Larson and Heim, I would think if it stays green at the end of the race, they still could end up right where they are running right now. So Larson again the leader, Corey Heim in second, Carson Hocevar in third, fourth is Tyler Reddick, Ross Chastain fifth, Bubba Wallace is sixth place, seventh is AJ Allmendinger, Riley Herbston eighth, Denny Hamlin ninth, and Cole Custer rounds out the top 10. Jonathan Nemechek at 11, Joey Logano 12, 13th is Zane Smith, 14th for Chris Buescher, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 15th, Daniel Suarez 16th, Michael McDowell 17th, Ty Gibbs 18th, Cody Ware 19th, Chase Elliott in 20th, 21st for Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, Austin Cindric 24th, Todd Gillen 25th. 26th, Kevin Magnussen, Eric Jones 27th, Ryan Preece 28th, Jimmy Johnson 29th, and Austin Dillon in 30th. 31st for Josh Berry, first car off the lead lap. He does have damage after a spin earlier in the stage. Ty Dillon in 32nd. William Byron just had a suspension and or toe leg break, I believe, from clipping the inside wall on a right-hand corner a few laps ago. He is now 8 laps down and still off track. Brad Keselowski, 9 laps down, had a flat tire and some mechanical issues that were underneath the hood of that race car. He is in 34th. 35th is Noah Gragson, and from 35th on back, those cars are out of the race. Austin Hill in 36th, Connor Zilic 37th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 38th, and Christopher Bell 39th. Brent Cruz did fill in for Christopher Bell for a short bit before the retirement from the race. Mechanical failure there. So that is your full field running order. 2 hours, 47 minutes, and about 30 seconds total time into this race, and that is not counting the roughly 20 minutes of red flag. 15 lane changes, 6 cautions, 5 for incident today, only 1 in stage 3, 2 in each of the first 2 stages of 20 laps, 9 caution laps so far total. These quickie yellows kind of getting things back running again as quickly as possible with a long 3.4 mile street course layout for today. Our current race leader, Kyle Larson, this is the first time he has led in the race. He has only led for 9 laps. Other drivers to lead would include Bubba Wallace with 2, Riley Herbst with 3, Zane Smith with 3, Chris Buescher with 6. A lot of different leaders because of so much strategy that was on the forefront of these first few stages. Ryan Blaney, 12 laps led in a Stage 1 win. Ryan Preece, by the way, the Stage 2 winner in this race, and he has only led for 5 laps. 1 for Austin Hill on the restart before his crash. Connor Zilic had an 8-lap stretch of laps led, and Shane Van Gisbergen was 7 before both of their retirements. So Blaney, even though he has only led 12 laps today of the 57 complete, he does have the most laps led so far, though Larson fastly approaching that number as he's only 3 behind and still a decent lead over second place. 3.7 seconds ahead. Heim is closing into that gap, but Larson should be able to keep at least a couple seconds between himself and Heim before he pits. The only thing is here is with the tire fall off, we've seen right around 3 seconds on this run for Larson. His fastest lap at lap 47 just 10 laps ago was a 134-second lap time. And that last lap was a 137-second lap time, about a 2.9-second difference roughly between his fastest lap and the most recent one he put down. So it's a lot of tire fall off very quickly. These tires don't fall off immediately. It's more they just fall off the face of the earth and cliff after X amount of laps. We saw some cording going on basically with these rear tires especially all weekend long across all 3 series. When that tire starts to cord, that is when the fading happens at a miraculous rate. At last lap, Corey Heim was way faster than Kyle Larson. Larson, his tires have clipped because now the last lap he just put together was almost a full second slower than the lap before that. And Corey Heim is about 1.2 seconds faster than Larson that last lap, and he's cut the lead down to just 2.5 seconds. If Larson stays on the track and gives up too much time, Corey Heim is going to have more of a shot to beat Larson today if they pit on the same lap. I do think the 5 is a little bit quicker than the 67 today, but Corey Heim's got to make up as much time as he can before Larson pits, and if Larson stays out this time by, I'd be shocked, honestly. Because now it's down to a 1.5-second lead as this lap continues. There's 1 lap car between the 5 and the 67. They'll be coming up on pit road this time by. We'll see if Larson pits. He does not. Wow. Corey Heim stays out and might as well at that point. He's got a shot to take the lead from Larson by the end of this lap. I am shocked the 5 did not pit yet. I get it's probably too early, and there's a lot of faith in your driver to hold on. The longer they can go, the better. That sets them up for the next run after this to make it to the checker, especially if we get any cautions. But that 67 car is rolling right now. And even Carson Hocevar, who was about 11 seconds back in third when he first got up to that position, is only 4.5 seconds off the lead. So Larson might have went too fast too early in the run for how many laps that they are staying out at the moment. And some of the faster cars in the field like Heim, Hocevar, and Reddick are really closing fast. Tyler Reddick, that last time by, was the fastest car on the racetrack. He was almost 2.5 seconds faster than Larson that last lap, though he's still 12 seconds off of the lead and about 8 seconds behind Hocevar, the next position, who would be ahead of Reddick for third.
Look at the worn out asphalt, all the tire debris that's stood up. Danny Hamlin's going to go back and watch this race this week and see his newest driver running second. It's going to get him the warm and fuzzies, man. He's going to feel really good. Now the 21's going to buy the 5. Next car in line is the 67.
I'm within a second of our race leader, Kyle Larson, with just 16 and a half laps to go. I'm a part-time driver across all 3 series, has 3 truck wins and just 5 truck starts this season. He'll be running full-time in the Cup Series next year as a rookie. Technically considered a rookie in this race, but only has about a dozen Cup starts under his belt. This is his first on a road course, and he's out here competing with the best of them. He's been top 10 most of the day, top 5 for most of the back half of this race, and here he is contending for the lead with Larson with less than 20 laps to go. And if Larson stays out again, it's pretty much all but said and done that Corey Heim's going to be the leader the following time by at the start-finish line. Larson's lead's only a half a second as they work their way through the final chicane. Pit road will be busy. Larson and Heim are both in.
All the way to the yellow line. Pit crews, you've been practicing. Let's see what you can do backwards.
Here they come, Trevor.
Corey Heim has not missed a step all day as he ran down the race leader, Kyle Larson, and was putting the pressure on. He said he was out of rear tires at the end of that run. We'll see if Corey Heim can save tires on this next 15 laps to have something to win this race, Marty.
11 lap. Once this led today to this point, there's 16 to go with a lap. Complaints, even though that lead did shrink down a push for Kyle Larson at the very end of that run. 4 tires here. We'll see where everybody blends out. He's easily going to beat the 67, but where does he blend in with the rest of the field, Adam?
Yeah,
Kyle Larson and Corey Heim cycle out of the pit lane. It looks like Larson might have gapped Heim by quite a bit there. See, that's the problem, too, with that 67 car not running full time this season. That pit crew is not going to work on cars every single week. And because that 2311 Racing is a 3-car operation, can only field 3 cars full time. Those are pretty much the best of the rest of what they got. It's going to be their 4th best pit crew, and you can definitely tell that might have costed Heim some time there because he was closing fast up until that pit stop. He was about 0.6 of a second off of Kyle Larson. And now I want to see the gap interval-wise between those 2 cars once they show it on Prime Video's leaderboard. Waiting here. Showing laps since the last pit right now is our graphic on screen. Heim has ran him down pretty quickly the first couple corners after leaving pit road. Of course, cold tires going to make the grip level a little bit more different otherwise. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. having a problem, but reaches the runoff area. Had some smoke coming out of the back of the car, and it looks like he's leaked a lot of fluid. There's a trail of fluid that has followed Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back behind the tire packs in turn 2, where he has run off the course to try to get away from traffic to keep this race green. Corey Heim is all over the back bumper of Kyle Larson. He was gaining on him before the pit stop. Cold tires leaving the pits, and he's putting pressure on that 5 car again. Carson Hocevar stayed on the track 1 extra lap versus both Larson and Heim, and Hocevar is now on pit road this time by. Larson and Heim run in 8th and 9th place right now. And again, have already pitted. Caution is out on the speedway, and I believe that is for fluid from the 47 of Stenhouse. Carson Hocevar, Tyler Reddick, who were on pit road when the caution came out, may become the leaders. Because Kyle Larson in the 5 did not get back around to the front stretch when the caution had come out. There's a very high probability the 77 and the 45 are going to be on the front row here. And that in and of itself is going to shake up a ton.
On board for the 47 of Stenhouse.
It's through turn 1. It's the wall right there. And he blows up. Look at all the smoke coming out.
Wow. That's interesting.
It's on board the 84, Timmy Johnson.
Oh,
wow.
All the fluid coming out of the 47.
We saw the fluid beyond turn 2 from the RV's onboard camera. We didn't know where it started,
There
It
she flew.
obviously happened on back up the hill. If you're NASCAR, you got to throw the caution and get that all cleaned up before you have a bigger accident.
Yeah, you see this, you see that big streak of fluid, you just can't allow those guys to race down into turn 2. This is going to be an interesting lineup. NASCAR will let us know what it all is once they get it figured out. Basically, the rule is that you are scored to either the start finish line or pit out, depending on where you are pitting. Where those guys mostly were pitting, it would be the pit out line. So, no doubt that Busch the leader. I don't think that's a question. The real question is the 77 scored correctly? And if so, he's right behind the 5 of Larson.
But it also erases the lead that Busher and Zane Smith had on the 5 of Larson and all those cars that had new tires. They have maybe a 9 or an 8 lap advantage on tire sitting there behind Busher and Smith, and now they're right on their doorstep.
Decent amount to sort through here, and we'll do it when we return. 15 laps to go. Naval Base, Coronado. The caution is out, and a huge restart will come next.
I noticed when the caution flag was out, it looked like that 5 car was still blowing past the main front straightaway as fast as he could to try to get in front of both the 77 and the 45 who were on pit road when the caution came out. Versus the 67 of Heim, who was all over the back of the 5 of Larson, was definitely going at a much slower pace. So I do believe Hocevar and Reddick are going to be in front of Larson on this next restart. It didn't look like Larson was keeping caution speed at all. I think he was racing to just try to get in front of those guys and get caught up with the pace car first. Hopefully NASCAR sees that. I'm pretty sure they will. Most situations when the leaders are on pit road and the rest of the field hasn't caught them yet, when the caution flag comes out, the field is frozen. It was the last time in scoring loop. And Larson definitely was not ahead of them already when the caution flag came out, let alone to the previous scoring loop and ahead of them. It's approaching the 3-hour mark of today's race. Still about 15 laps to go in Naval Base Coronado. Carson Hocevar was on pit road along with Tyler Reddick. They were the top 2 in the running order in the middle of green flag pit stops. This also is going to be very interesting if anybody's got any sets of tires left that have been to pit road already. Do they pit again to try to even up on tires at the end of the race? The likes of like Ryan Blaney and others who were just a couple spots behind where Reddick and Larson are right there with them on the restart. They're going to have about a 5-lap disadvantage on tires. And again, 5 laps here, it's a 3.4-mile road course. It makes quite the difference.
Schedule-wise, but I hope it does at some point. It's just amazing. Every event you see that thing.
No lineup they're calling out is 77, 5, 67.
Now let's hear from some drivers as they recap what their thoughts were preparing to take on Naval Base Coronado.
Well, one of the toughest places to prepare for, but at the end of the day, it's the same for everybody.
A lot of unknowns. When you come out to the racetrack, you're looking all around trying to find the brake markers, what the racetrack is. But
I guess the biggest surprise was how low grip it was and how quickly the tires wore out. This track's got way less grip than what our sim had, so you can relearn it once you get here.
Some of it's going to be concrete, some of it's going to be repave asphalt, some of it's going to be old asphalt. So everything is a complete guess.
A complete guess. And we've got a lot more answers now after spending so much time on this street circuit. Practice Friday, qualifying yesterday, and here we are 61 laps into the race today.
Yeah, they got a new challenge now as we saw the speed drive cleanup work done down the hill into turn 2 with all the fluid that Ricky Stenhouse laid onto the racetrack. So the drivers are going to have to bounce into that corner, not really truly understanding what kind of grip might be there, what grip might not be there. It's already been a pretty tough part. So, look at this, right? So they're all going to be trying to fight more for the inside of the racetrack and stay out of that speedy drive that's been put down on the racetrack. You won't be able to really use that outside line in the braking zone to advance. So we've seen some drivers do that throughout the day.
Pause in the action. Let's do a little FanDuel race check here at Naval Base Coronado.
I'll give you a little handicapping when I look at this. I like Kyle Larson and Corey Heim. I like the position they're in. I think they have the freshest tires near the front, looking very good. Busher has the lead, so I understand the situation, but with those 8-lap fresher tires, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. I will tell you, though, you never know, right? You have a bunch of restarts, a bunch of wrecks. Busher might be able to just keep the track position all the way to the end. Martin.
See, there's actually some debate on the 17 radio. They're leading right now, but you mentioned those 8-lap fresher tires right behind them as to whether or not they would pit here, because they do have extra sets of tires in the 17 camp, so they could pit here, but you're going to give up a ton of track position with not a lot of time left here at San Diego. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson has been coached by Cliff Daniels before this restart coming up, sitting in 5th right now behind Carson Hocevar. He said, listen, we've been better than the 77 every short run today. We will have some good tires here. Let's go take advantage of it, so we'll see how this plays out in the final few laps here from Coronado, Trevor.
Kyle Larson and Corey Heim were coming down the front stretch as that caution flag flew. They did check up a little bit, which then allowed the 77 of Carson Hocevar to get by them as they exited pit road. Other than that, though, they're sitting on really good tires on that 67, pitted at lap 59 right before the caution had come out. So Corey Heim's looking to see if he can move up a few spots and maybe contend for that first Cup win. A little further back, Ryan Blaney in the 12 was really fast early in this race. Got off sequence, lost some track position, got it back, and then faded with old tires. Now that he's on newer tires, pitted at lap 54, we'll see if those few laps more on the tires have a big impact on his ability to go up there and challenge as well.
Man, I think Busher picks for the lead. I can see what they're thinking, but Hamlin from 3rd is going to have to pit. Suarez back in 9th, and I only have about maybe 10 cars that have to
Logano, right?
Yeah. This is going to be pretty fascinating to see where it ends up. Hamlin doing such a nice job. We keep talking about that points battle between him and Reddick. Well, Reddick currently sits 8th. But you said it, Adam. That's the tale of catching the yellow or not catching the yellow, right? Reddick was on pit road. We heard Hamlin was coming to pit road. They changed their mind. Now they're wishing they would have came.
The way the luck has been going lately, you would have thought Hamlin would have been on pit road when the caution came out, and Reddick would not have been, because Hamlin's been winning and been on the positive side of the racing luck, so to speak, taking absolutely nothing away from their performance. But in this situation, it definitely works against Hamlin.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Look at this. Pit road is open. We have a number of takers. The game changing right here with 14 to go.
Denny Hamlin in, and that caution just did not fall in their favor. No reports on the balance of that car. He's just been saving tires all day. Dane Smith on the bottom, though. Interesting call by Brian Levinsky that fearful do what the second does. So they did exactly what Chris Busher did. Fresh tires for that car, Marty.
Boy, Ken, the end of this race just got way more interesting. Busher mentioned what it's all of our gaps. So let's go on offense here. So Scott Graves making the call to reward his driver with that. Put him on offense, fresh Goodyear tires, and see what the 17 can do. Giving up the lead, though, with 13 to go at San Diego.
And bravo, Scott Graves, because that definitive decision and talking about it on the radio brought so many cars to pit road. I think that really helps the strategy.
16 drivers stay out. The full reset and a restart when we return to Coronado.
Under caution and setting up for what could potentially be the final restart of the race. We're only going to have about 12 or 13 laps to go when we do get back to racing. Elapsed time, if it stays green to the end of the race, we're looking at probably 25 to 30 minutes yet to get us to the finish. So if you want to put that to an equivalent of, say, like an intermediate oval, it'd be the equivalent of about like 45 to 50, 60 laps or so just inside the fuel window to kind of make it to the end, which is why drivers are pitting now. Probably not going to see them pit again the rest of the race. And 12 laps to get it done. I do not blame Chris Busher for pitting. He had 10 laps on his tires versus Kyle Larson and Corey Heim. His tires, even if he rolled off on the restart, well, they were going to cliff before they got to the finish, and I don't think he was going to hold on. Him pitting did bring a lot of cars with him. I knew, obviously, not everybody was going to come down. We'll see where Busher restarts. If he ends up restarting in the back half of the top 10, I think it's a great call, even in hindsight. to pit. I would have pitted anyway, but I mean, if it works out and he's restarting up around like row 4, row 5, more power to him. He's only got a lap or two on his tires. I don't think that's going to make a difference with the cars at the front of the field, but it's going to be an even playing field now versus having that disadvantage. I think he would have had a worse finish had they tried to run this long to the finish.
Key moments during the broadcast by clicking up on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with Rapid Recap, where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Look at that. There it is, the USS Carl Vinson. Little history lesson here. This one of 11 active U.S. Navy aircraft carriers, one of 3 that calls Coronado home, named after the Georgia congressman. Did so many great things for our country. And when you think about what a small city it is, over 5,000 sailors, and I forgotten this until we were talking to some of the crew yesterday, but they played a college basketball game on the USS Carl Vinson many years ago.
I think what I've learned so much with our time out here about specifically this carrier class is when you hear 5,000 or 6,000 sailors, 3,000 or 3,500 are on board to operate the and the other couple thousand are there to operate the air wing, all the flight operations. And it's like 2 completely different working cities put on the same ship. It's really unbelievable how it all gets orchestrated. Yeah, all those folks on this carrier, average age on the carrier is about 20 years old.
Might be the stat of the weekend right there.
19-year-old steers the ship.
Literally crazy. Yeah. It's so difficult to cover an event of this magnitude. And then you think about the length of the street course, 3.4 miles. It just has so many layers for our crew. I do want to take a minute to salute everybody, the men and women that work in front of and behind the camera, making NASCAR on Prime a possibility. Because when you do this, there are many challenges. But our group has been planning for over a year. They've been up to the task, and we thank all those who put in the countless hours, early mornings, late nights, their commitment, their dedication, the great attitudes, putting us in position to be where we are. We thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, big restart. Carson Hocevar gets a little break through a cycle of strategy. Caution comes out. He's in control with Larson beside him.
And Hocevar chose drivers left, which
Great
put
play.
him on the outside of turn 1. He has to launch. He has to clear the 5 by turn 1.
I have seen quite a few drivers take the outside of turn 1 today. That is because they would be on the inside of turn 2 if they were side by side. Green flag is going to be back in the air. It was right about Hocevar being out ahead of the field here. Tyler Reddick, though, was not able to be the case as he is in row 2. Reddick with a good restart, though, will get into 3rd place, solidly behind the 77 and 5. Still side by side is Hocevar and Larson down towards turn number 2. Larson with the disadvantage up high on the high side through both turn 2 and what would be turn 3 upcoming. Little push coming off of the exit of turn 2 down that next straightaway for Hocevar from the 45, and that allows him to challenge Larson deeper into the braking zone with more speed and gets clear. Larson now side by side with Corey Heim for 3rd, as well Tyler Reddick right there in the mix for 2nd place. The more they battle, the more Carson Hocevar can get away. Tyler Reddick dive bombs into turn number 4. Slides past Kyle Larson, and Larson continues to lose positions on the restart. Bubba Wallace with a great comeback is up to 5th place after a right front tire came off of his car at the end of stage 1. I would have thought they were going to have too much damage to try to continue. They've worked on that race car. He is back in the top 5, and remember how quick he was early. If he's got anything left with that kind of speed to the end, he could be a serious threat to win this race. 12 laps here is a long time, and that is plenty of time to try to come from 5th. Right now, he's working on Larson for 4th place, and Tyler Reddick is working after Hocevar for the lead. Wallace into 4th. He gets by Larson. Hocevar is going to fight for his life at the front of the field. He's got 3 2311 Toyotas behind him. Hocevar, Reddick, and Heim. Hocevar with a mistake. I think he might have clipped the inside wall. Shook wide, and Tyler Reddick is out in front. As Reddick tries to go for his 6th win of the NASCAR Cup Series season, 3 in a row for Denny Hamlin in the last few weeks, has ran down Reddick in the points. Reddick trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and the 11. It was a struggle through the first 2 stages for Reddick. No stage points today. Oh, Hocevar goes around. It might have been off the front of Corey Heim. One car slams into him sideways. Couldn't tell who that was. Fire out of the exhaust as the 77 tries to get refired. I think he's just trying to make sure he doesn't stall, as he has to wait for the entire field to pass. And Corey Heim's up to second. If there was contact there, these two have a history back in the Truck Series a couple years ago when Hocevar wrecked battling for a championship win in the 2023 race with Corey Heim. Took Heim out of a championship fight. And Heim just ran right into Hocevar through the chicane. And now it's 23-11 Racing 1, 2, 3 in the running order. And Corey Heim is starting to put more pressure on Tyler Reddick here corner after corner. Kind of talked about Carson Hocevar making some enemies, and it's probably the longest enemy of them all. Corey Heim kind of being the silent assassin here. Bubba Wallace, obviously in the same equipment to the 2 cars ahead of him. It's probably going to be tough to make up 1.8 seconds, but it's very well possible. And the only other thing you can consider, too, for Kyle Larson is he may be holding back early in the run to take care of things later in the run with those tires, knowing that there is still 12 long laps around this racetrack from the restart. More problems for Jimmy Johnson today as he has crashed against another wall but gets rolling again. We do stay green. 10 laps to go this time by. Top 10 in the running order off the restart, and all the calamity has Tyler Reddick in the lead, Corey Heim in second, Bubba Wallace third, Kyle Larson fourth, and even Riley Herbst, the other 2311 Toyota, in fifth. All 4 2311 Toyotas in the top 5. What a day for MJ. AJ Allmendinger 6th, Ty Gibbs 7th, 8th is Zane Smith, Chris Buescher 9th, Michael McDowell round out the top 10. Herbst gained 10 positions on this restart, by the way. What a run for the 35. Got through the calamity and then some. Last time by at the start-finish line, Tyler Reddick just set the fastest lap of the race on lap 54. I should say lap 65. He had his previous fastest lap at lap 54. Going to refresh the page here to see what that lap time was. Popped up on the Prime leaderboard that he just ran his fastest lap, though. Oh no, our raw feed. Is our raw feed down? No, it just had to buffer. Slight buffering. Yeah, so showing Reddick just ran the fastest lap of the race that last time by. There it is now, lap 65. 133.715 second lap. Heim off of that fastest time of the race was only about a 10th back. Larson could be managing, though. His fastest lap of the race was still lap 47, which was the last run before the caution came out. And before his pit stop, might I add. So although he's 4 seconds back with 9.5 laps to go, I'm not going to count him out of it yet if he tries to make a late surge.
Versus Corey, who's been up front already. That last lap, they were over a half a second faster than the full time. So if you're wondering how much they're riding, they are not at all right now. Corey Heim trying not to let Tyler Reddick get out of sight.
I'm telling you, Bubba Wallace, I think, is a pace setter here. I think his strategy is to allow the 45 and the 67 to burn each other's stuff up. That's why Bubba was so defensive on Larson, because he wants to be the next guy in line. He's thinking to himself, you guys burn your stuff up. About 3 to go. I'm going to show up on the scene ready to use what tire I have left. Just listen on board this 23. Listen to how, like, he's not being aggressive with the throttle. He's like saving some tire on corner exit.
I thought Bubba made a major statement last July when he won the Brickyard Crown Jewel event. But boy, if you're able to come from 2 laps down in this race and win, that would be some kind of comeback and a major statement once again, Kim.
Yeah, and he has been absolutely quiet since that early incident where he lost the tire. Just absolutely focused on this race. They've gotten themselves back in it. You guys mentioned the fact they were 2 laps down at one point. And when I talked to him before the race, remember, he had a great qualifying effort of 12. He said, it's shaping up to be a good weekend. He said, but I'm literally just crawling to get where we need to be with my progress on road courses. He said, don't expect any superhero moments out of me today. But right now, I would say Bubba Wallace looking a little bit like a superhero running third.
I just go back to Friday. Practice was complete, 50 minutes, and we had that sarcastic, I would call it, celebration of Bubba Wallace. I made it, survived, and didn't hit anything in the practice session, and now here he is, overcoming adversity and in position to maybe make it happen, go to victory lane.
And not that he's not good on road courses. We just didn't expect to see this kind of pace. But there you see, 40 starts, no wins, 1 top 5, 4 top 10s. And he's got the leaders right here in front of him, right in sight. And if he is, to your point, Steve, managing these tires better than the 2 out front, then maybe pushing harder. We saw in that first stage how he was able to run people down and make positions and pass cars and eventually take the lead.
If you're used to seeing NASCAR races, when you see 1 second, 3 seconds, Michigan, at Pocono, tracks like that at Charlotte, you think, man, it's just not going to happen. We have seen lap times fluctuate 4, 5, 6 seconds over a course of a run. So I think you just have to understand, at 3.4 miles, everything's bigger, even the amount you can make up. This is a group that came down pit road storming back through Hamlin, not ready to just give up all those points. He's going to pass for 16th right here.
See it there, commercial free. Till we finish things here at Coronado.
Priest now looking to the inside of Alex Bowman.
Commercial free, maybe not caution free, very aggressive on track. Guys on fresher tires driving back through.
Zane Smith back up to 7th. He's the first car of the ones that came down pit road under that yellow.
Might give a pop to Chris Buescher. I mean, I had him in our ones to watch.
Yeah.
He's up there in 8th, right behind Zane Smith.
Last time by, Reddick and Heim only about a 10th apart. Well clear by about a second of Bubba Wallace's lap time. Only 2 cars in the field into 133 to the 213. So there you see the rest of the field, 214. Marty, what you got on the 17?
So Scott Graves wanted to put his driver on offense. Steve mentioned Zane Smith leading that strategy of those who cleared at lap 62. But Buescher making time through the field and has consistently been one of the top 5 fastest cars on the racetrack. And Adam, you mentioned a caution. I bet they wouldn't mind one in the 17 camp to bunch this field back up with those fresher tires for Chris Buescher, who has driven from 16th to 8th. Since the restart.
And we're really just now, I think, seeing the magic of this course that's put together here, right? It's taken a while. You see the black on the concrete starting to take rubber. The drivers are no longer learning it, right? Now they're racing. Now they have confidence. They know the weaknesses of cars, the weaknesses of corners. It's got a great flow to it. 2 completely different. What'd you call it, Dale? It's like a front 9 and a back 9. The first half of the racetrack and the second half almost feel like there were 2 different designers.
Yeah, a lot of 90-degree turns and pretty typical road course turns on the first half of the course. Then the backside is all big, long, swaying, laterally loaded, really fast, high-speed corners that really beat up the tire. They have this chicane. I'm sitting here before we get to finish the lap. It's a tough course.
Time's not going away. Just staying right in the hip pocket of Tyler Reddick.
It's closed the gap, and I think Bubba Wallace is understanding that, man, I'm going to burn my car up trying to keep pace with these guys, but he's backing up to Larson.
7 laps to go. Talk about Wallace and how he manages the end of the race. Here's another thing to think about. After Nashville, he was 15th in points and flirting with that chase cut line. Today, he's up to 11th.
Corey Heim, you see the stopwatch on the leaderboard. It has moved from Reddick to Heim. That last lap from Heim, the fastest lap of the race today.
There you go. Corey Heim might have a little bit left in his tank than Tyler Reddick by way of raw speed, as Heim just set the fastest lap. 133.223. That was at lap 68. Tyler Reddick, excuse me, on that same lap also just posted his fastest lap of the race again. These two are continuously still putting their fastest laps. I don't think Bubba Wallace is really saving much in that 23 car like the commentary crew is maybe believing that he's doing. And the only reason I say that is because 2 laps prior to Hyman Reddick that last time by setting their fastest lap of the race, Wallace set his fastest lap, personally, of the day. I think the 67 and the 45 are just on another stratosphere at this point. If there is anybody saving, it's maybe the 5 of Larson, who hasn't had his fastest lap of the race since the restart like everybody else inside the top 5. And looking back through the rest of the top 10, really everybody else minus Chris Buescher in the top 10, who's having to fight through heavier traffic as he restarted further back after hitting pit road during this last caution. Maybe just didn't have the space to be able to put down one of his faster laps of the day. Larson within a couple tenths of Bubba Wallace. Wallace probably going to be in defense mode to try to hold him back here. We'll get to see who the better driver is going to be down the stretch, and Larson's got to make quick work of Bubba Wallace if he's going to want any sort of shot at catching the 45 and 67, even if their tires really start to go away over the finish. About a 7 to 8 tenths of a second advantage rolling out of turn 1 with 6 laps to go between Reddick and Heim up at the front of the pack. Is Tyler Reddick going to do it again?
It's right there, the battle for third. Wonder if Bubba's struggling with the car. Here's AJ trying to get around the 35 for Herbst.
Allmendinger into the top 5.
Into the top 5. Herbst trying to close the deal on his best career finish. 8th is it coming into today. Back to 6th as Allmendinger is able to slide by.
Right here. Let's see if we can watch the cars. Movement in the braking zone. Is the car sliding around, moving around? Look really smooth.
It's funny, the last lap, both of these cars went a chunk faster.
Yeah.
And maybe they said, okay, we're going to wait till I have to go, and we're going to push. I don't know if they'll get there, but maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, Billy Bubba just said, hey, I'm not going to catch the front 2, so he backed up to the 5, and now he's getting the pressure, and he's got to pick up the pace just a little bit to maintain the position. He's going to finish great, or maybe possibly get a shot at a late, overtime finish or some sort of a late finish to whatever tire he's preserved on this car. It could be an advantage to these 2 cars right here who really went hard. Reddick and Heim pushing so hard. You have to wonder if the tires could get to the finish line without falling off that cliff the drivers talk about.
Well, and Wallace came into this race 13th in the chase standings, so this is a guy that, to your point, Dale, wants to have a good run, wants to take some pressure off. He seems to race for those last couple spots in the postseason every year. Like last year, it was a win that locked him in. That's not going to be the case this year. It's not how the system works, so he's trying to get some points.
He doesn't need that summertime drama. Larson has a lot on the line in that regard, too. Reigning champ trying to stay and get to the top 5 in points. That's where everyone feels like you need to be prior to that reset for the chase if you're going to have a real opportunity to go out and win the title, and he'll be looking for 2 in a row when we get to September.
5 laps to go. Heim is definitely in the rear tracks. Now Larson pulls out the line. Bubba, what's Bubba going to do? Gives him the lane. Bubba's going to have to give it up right here, I think, going into 3.
Just don't want to do anything to throw it away. Tight racing for position. Larson by for 3rd. Turn 3 up to turn 4.
I agree. I think that was a very mature move by Bubba. Don't get caught up in the moment. Don't throw away the hard work and the recovery of this team. Heim has the lead has got the lead down to under a half a second. And here he is. I mean, you want to talk about the pressure. It is on.
There's 3 tenths. Look at that.
This is quite literally a David versus Goliath matchup. You got Tyler Reddick, a guy who's trying to go for his 6th win in still what is just the middle of the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series season. He's led in points every single race this year. Going up against the guy who's only had around a dozen NASCAR Cup Series starts, all in part-time efforts between last year and this year. And here he is trying to go for his first career Cup win. And even this season, what is only, I believe, his 5th or 6th start of the year. All Heim has done this season is win. He's won 3 of 5 Truck Series races. If you want to say he's been the Tyler Reddick of the Truck Series season this year in weeks that he has raced. And he's got an opportunity right now to have one of the biggest opportunities of his career, and that is winning on a Sunday. Kyle Larson, once he was able to get through into that 3rd place position, has not been able to close the gap on these top 2. And that gap is nearing 9 seconds. And with only 4 laps to go this time by, I don't think there's any sign of Corey Heim or Tyler Reddick's tires completely falling off far enough that anybody else outside of these 2 cars racing each other for the win at the front of the pack would be able to have. We haven't been able to say it's Heim time in the Cup Series yet, so that'd be kind of cool. All the upsets that maybe could have happened with younger phenoms winning this race today, maybe you could have thought of Connor Zilic or Brent Cruz when it comes to road courses, but sneakily fast, Corey Heim, they mentioned on the broadcast already, him winning all 4 truck races last season on road courses. No Truck Series road course races for him so far this season, and here he comes, swinging for the fences. Keeping the 45 modest, 1 mistake, and Heim will be right there. And we saw how aggressive he was for 2nd. I don't know that he's going to be quite that aggressive on Reddick, a teammate, but he's going to push for it. A little over half a lap completed before working their way back around to 3 laps to go this time by.
10th right there. Reddick built off to the lead. He's doing everything to keep the pressure, trying to get the 45 to make a mistake. Not sure if Reddick's going to make that easy. I think Heim's going to have to find a way by. I think Heim just needs to get a little closer. He's cut into it this last couple of corners. He's got a little bit closer to try to put the pressure on. Be close enough to truly worry Reddick in the braking zone.
3 to go. Down to turn 2.
Oh, Reddick missed the corner right there.
That was the window of opportunity Corey Heim needed. 1 slip up by Tyler Reddick, and he has it right there in turn 2 on the 3rd to last lap of the race. Now in turn 3, Heim to the inside. Reddick is not going to have anything for him as they head for turn 4. Advantage Reddick. He'll be on the bottom lane. Washes up the racetrack. Subtle contact. Corey Heim trying to take the race lead away from Reddick. A block, he's clear, a crossover by Reddick, he'll have the bottom. Into the king, contact, Heim is forced wide. 45 car does not stay in the gas, and it's Corey Heim coming out with the lead.
Reddick knew that he had made the mistake, and I believe he allowed the 67 to recover.
I agree. I almost think I saw a hand out the window on the 67. Hey, thank you, hand. You ran me offline. You went by. Let's see what happens.
This is earlier, down into turn 2. Reddick is going to miss the corner. Maybe gets a little high in the braking zone, some dirt on the right side tires.
Teammates racing each other clean. The 67 with a little bit late, but an expected move down in. contact. They get side by side, heading now. Next corner, a right-hander. The 67 rolls the outside, 45 with a crossover as we head to the next corner.
Yeah, this crossover was impressive. Reddick right here makes the decision. I'm going for it. He overdrives the entry a little bit into 5 here, slides up, a little contact, and I think Reddick stops. He says, I'm going to let him have it. A little bit of a glance off the wall for Heim. Heim now is driving away with the lead. I swear when the 67 gets back in front of him, there's literally a hand out the window saying thank you. It's unbelievable. The respect these two are showing each other as teammates with so much on the line.
This race is not over yet. 2 laps still to go around this racetrack. That is damn near 7 miles. And Corey Heim only has about a 3 to 4 car length lead. And really over the back half of that last lap, Reddick has ran him back down again. It was one mistake by Reddick that opened the door for Heim when these two have been trading lap times back and forth every lap since the restart. Now 10 laps into the run. And they're still the 2 quickest cars on track by a lot. I mean, that last lap, they're about a 1.5 seconds faster than Kyle Larson in 3rd. Oh, problems now. Tyler Reddick is in the wall. I don't know if that was a mistake or a mechanical issue for the 45 of Tyler Reddick, who was leading a lap and a half ago. I think he's got a flat tire. It looks like a flat tire on the left front of the 45 car. It took off on him, headed down around turn 5. And he is going to lose a ton of points. And then you also got to wonder, is he going to make it all the way back to the start-finish line? Because if he doesn't make it all the way back around to the pit lane and that tire carcass comes off and causes debris, we're going to get a caution. Bubba Wallace trying to race back alongside Kyle Larson for what is now 2nd place, and Wallace will complete the pass. Larson got by him just a few laps ago for 3rd at the time. The lead for Corey Heim right around 9.5 seconds, but he's still trying to race as hard as he can to get to the white flag, just in case a caution comes out for Tyler Reddick and potential debris. Right now, nothing has been left behind. Corey Heim's got a handful of corners yet to go to get to the white flag. Through the chicane now for the 2nd to last time. And into turn 16. No sign of a caution yet. He's going to get there. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Corey Heim. Unbelievable. Do you believe in miracles? This is an upset of all upsets. Shane Van Gisbergen pulled off an upset in a street course in his NASCAR Cup Series debut, and albeit not the debut for Corey Heim today, it is his first career road course race in the Cup Series. The defending NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion, a winner of 12 races a season ago. In that series, breaking the single season record. Now looking for a cup win. He's won 3 more truck races this year in 5 starts, and about as many cup starts. He's going to have his first career Cup Series victory. He's got a half a lap to go, but all he's got to do is nurse it home. He's got a 9.5 to 10 second lead. No need to have to push the issue here. But he's still putting together a solid lap time. I guess don't disrupt the momentum if he's locked in, let him go. He's got more than a 10-second lead. He's still pulling Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson on the final lap. There's no lifting this kid. Unbelievable. The season of the Young Guns. Carson Hocevar getting his first career Cup win about a month and a half ago. Today, it is Heim time in Naval Base Coronado. Thirteenth career NASCAR Cup Series start. His best finish was Bristol last summer, where he finished 6th and led quite a few laps in that race, might I add. Led quite a few laps at Kansas earlier this spring in his first Cup start of the season since the Daytona 500. Checkered flag is waving. Corey Heim, race winner at Naval Base Coronado. Job well done, kid. Job well done. And I think I can call him kid because I'm actually older than him. That makes me feel old, but...
Yeah, that's the part.
Part-time.
Look at this. First win on a road course. Stout names on the list. Today belongs to Corey Heim. Look at the congratulations. The show of respect. 1-2 finish for 23-11. Bubba Wallace hits up a runner-up. Reddick, 25th after the tire issue. Riley Herbst, the other driver from 23-11, matches his career best. The top 5 for Larson. About Zane Smith in the top 5 got to 4th.
And all these congratulations.
Another spectacular win for 2311 Racing this season. If you thought the lineup wasn't already stacked enough with how great they've been with Tyler Reddick winning all those races, the guy who beat Tyler Reddick today, Corey Heim, is the race winner and just so happens to be a teammate of his. Heim will be full-time in the NASCAR Cup Series next season to drive the 3rd chartered car for 2311 and caps off his first career win here today. We'll go through the full field finishing results. Corey Heim with a race win, 10.3 second margin to victory after the flat tire that happened to Tyler Reddick in a battle for the win with Corey Heim in the last 2 to 3 laps of the race. Wallace finishes in second, a 1-2 finish for 2311. Kyle Larson brings it home third. Zane Smith with a solid day today. Started top 5, finishes top 5 and 4th. And AJ Allmendinger rounds out the 5th spot. In 6th was Chris Buescher, who led quite a few laps today. Ross Chastain in 7th. Riley Herbst in 8th. Another solid finish for a 2311 Toyota. In fact, ties his career best. Ryan Blaney ends up 9th after winning Stage 1. And Michael McDowell finishes the top 10. Ryan Preece, who won Stage 2, finishes 11th. Chase Elliott comes back to finish 12th. Really the best he was at all day, so that's a solid finish for that 9 team. Daniel Suarez in 13th. Denny Hamlin, 14th. Suarez was 13th. I skipped Daniel Suarez. So Suarez 13th. Hamlin 14th. Ty Gibbs finishes 15th. 16th place finish for John Hunter Nemechek. Chase Briscoe 17th. Joey Logano 18th. Carson Hocevar 19th. And Eric Jones 20th. Todd Gillen 21st, Austin Cindric 22nd, Cody Ware 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, Tyler Reddick finishes 25th. That's a lot of points lost with that flat tire going for the win in the second and third to last lap of the race from second place with 2 to go to 25th. That's a 24-point difference there. And really, if you count the fact that he was leading before making a mistake that opened the door for Corey Heim with about 4 laps to go, that's another 15 points difference between first and second that he left on the table. Denny Hamlin going to be right there with him. I don't think either car scored stage points today, so Hamlin will still be second in points, but that lead is going to be down to single digits after today. Alex Bowman finishes 26th. Kevin Magnussen in his Cup debut finishes 27th. Jimmy Johnson 28th, despite numerous crashes, still stayed in the race and finished on the lead lap. Josh Berry 29th is the last car on the lead lap. Ty Dillon a lap down in 30th. 3 laps down for Cole Custer in 31st. And then we had 7 laps down, William Byron 32nd, and DNFs from 33rd on back. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. finishing 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, Noah Gragson 35th, Austin Hill 36th, Connor Zilic 37th, Shane Van Gisbergen, the favorite for the race today, pole sitter, wrecked out in that same crash with Austin Hill, and Connor Zilic finishes 38th, and Christopher Bell 39th after getting filled in for his injury, of course, that broken wrist and Brent Cruz, in replacement of him, unfortunately had mechanical failures in stage 2, and they finished last in 39th. Time on the front stretch in San Diego. For this interview, I want to give a quick shout out. Robert Goodrich, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for another great stream. Egan, well, thank you so much, Robert. Generosity. Here is your race winner, Corey Heim.
And being able to not put a wheel wrong all day. Taking his time, getting his gear off. How does it feel, man?
Yeah. I'm speechless. I mean, we started the race. I mean, I think we started 13th. We fell straight back to like 20th. Then put on our scuffs from qualifying and struggled just as bad. I don't know if we made any adjustments, but Booty kept telling me that these were our worst 2 sets of tires, and we were going to be just fine, And he was right. I mean, I couldn't believe it. We strapped another set of tires on it. We were just fine. Hit the wall a couple times, maybe knocked some good into the car. I have no idea. Just after stage 2, I just kind of took a deep breath and was like, I had really high expectations coming into this race. It's an even playing field for me. I don't see that every day for a young driver like myself. And I just kind of took a deep breath and reset and went after it. So caught a couple breaks with some of the good guys wrecking out, but they don't ask just how many.
Corey, I had full chills watching you, man, because I know how hard and how much work you put in over these last 3-4 years in the Toyota program to have this opportunity. And I watched you run down one of the best, Tyler Reddick, and be able to go up and contend. Take me through that battle with him as you were pacing yourself, not to wear your tires, and then the pass and the moment where you got in the marbles there.
Yeah, you've been a big help too, Trevor. I really appreciate you, man. But I don't know. I feel like, for a while there, I thought he was kind of playing with me, but, he's able to set the pace being the lead car, but I was kind of able to stick with it. I'm like, I'm not really burning my stuff up. So 5 to go came, and it's just kind of time to put some pressure on him, see if I could get him to make a mistake. And sure enough, he did. I guess he ended up braking or something. I don't know what happened to him, but a lot of respect for him, though. He gored me down there in 5, I think, and gave it back to me. That's something I don't say every day. Great teammate. So, I don't know, just crazy. I mean, it feels like a dream. I hope I don't wake up from this dream, but I don't know. This is insane. Just so thankful for 2311, Mobile One, Toyota for this journey. I mean, I didn't expect to come into my part-time season and win, but here we are. I mean, it's crazy. So it hasn't even sunk in yet. I'm sure I'll get emotional in a little bit, but it really hasn't even sunk in yet.
Take this in, Corey. It's a big one. One of the biggest ones that he could win here at Coronado at the Naval Base. What a great race for the 67 Toyota team, Adam.
Win number 1 in his 13th start for perspective. Dale, you won in your 12th start.
Unbelievable job. Well done for Corey Heim here today in San Diego. Race winner. It is time. We've said it a few times this year, a lot last year with covering all the truck races. I mean, just to put in perspective, this man has had 15 Truck Series wins in the last. They had 25 races on the schedule last year. He's only ran 5 this year. He's got 15 wins in 30 races in the Truck Series. His last 30, a championship to go with it, and now he wins in a Cup start. Only having about a half a dozen or less of those so far this season. This kid is for real. There's a lot of great young talent in the sport, and they are working themselves up into the Cup Series. I know Connor Zilich's rookie season has not panned out very well this year, but when you look at the talent Corey Heim has shown flashes of this season and now capitalizing with a win in a part-time schedule. Carson Hocevar getting a win about a month ago. That's 2 sub-25-year-olds getting the first career Cup Series wins this season. That's not something we've seen in the sport in a very long time. And obviously, you still got your veterans up there competing for wins like a Kyle Larson, like a Tyler Reddick here today. I'm sure Denny Hamlin over the last few weeks knew that his time would come to an end as far as wins on the non-oval tracks. We get back to the ovals, I'm sure he'll be contending again. But the young guns are there, and the sport's in a good spot, if I do say so myself. Thank you to everybody who tuned in throughout today's live commentary coverage of the San Diego Naval Base Coronado Street Course race. If this track does not return next year and we see a street race somewhere else or maybe back in Chicago, it was a fun time this weekend. This track put on a lot of great racing. I do think they do have to make some adjustments going into next year if they have this race again, just with the track. I mean, we've had red flags of 20 plus minutes across all 3 series this weekend because of track repair. Maybe they can find a way to not have the walls bow out as much, so it doesn't take as much time with that. And obviously, the manhole cover coming off in the middle of the O'Reilly race, first lap of the O'Reilly race yesterday was a problem that caused about an hour red flag as well. So, there are some adjustments that have to be made from a race quality perspective. When we saw green flag racing, it was a great race. And all 3 races this weekend came down to just utterly fantastic finishes. Thanks again. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there as well as we continue on that day for the next several hours. Have a good, safe Sunday night. Congratulations again to Corey Heim. First career Cup Series win. Have a good rest of your weekend, everybody. I'll see you next week. NASCAR and Sonoma Cup and O'Reilly coverage next weekend. Trucks are off.